Hi, everyone. It's so good to see you all physically. I basically cannot believe it. Welcome to the IoT working group session. So if you thought you're at the address policy working group session, you're wrong. Please leave the room now and go to the side room. Yeah, we have a couple talks today. Let's see what we got. Doesn't do anything. Hans-Peter just said the battery is not included. Would you mind just... there we go. So yeah, obviously introduction and housekeeping first. Then we have a talk from Leandro Lancieri Rodriguez, I think it was, from the HAW Hamburg, about secure and authorized client-to-client communication for LWM2M. Then we have Tommy Haga talking about IoT encounters in healthcare networks. He works for the western part of healthcare in Norway. Then we have a discussion to be started by Jat El Cham. It's more indeed a discussion than an update by the RIPE NCC, but he's going to tell you more about that later. And then we have the co-chair announcement, as I, for now, am stepping down due to, time issues. Okay, next slide, please. Housekeeping. We try to get feedback on the working group minutes made by Carla Littlewhite. Last time there were no objections of any sort, so we would like to have those minutes upgraded to final state. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thanks. Right, how to participate. So I'm not going too much into detail here, just because it's the third day. However, it's also the first working group session at this RIPE meeting. First one hybrid. So please, if you have any questions or remarks, use the Meet Echo queue to queue up, even if you're here. However, I think we can also deal with sudden approaches and sudden, hey, hi, I want to say something. We also have a Q&A. If you don't want to talk or be seen, you can just put in your question and then we will read it out loud. We have stenography, which is available at Meet Echo. We have a chat, a poll, and you can also see who is currently online in Meet Echo. Yeah, I think that is it for now. Next slide, please, just to check. Next slide. Thanks. Yeah, so this is it for now. And now I would like Leandro on the stage for the first talk.
If I share from here, because next slide for 70 slides is not going to work, I think.
Share it from your computer?
Yeah, because I mean, if this doesn't work, or
it should work now.
It should work. Okay. Nice. Okay. Hello, everyone. Oh, sorry. Hello, everyone. Yeah. I'm Leandro, and I'm going to talk today about the work we did developing secure and authorized communication, client-to-client communication for low and machine-to-machine. This was joint work with Peter, Thomas, and Matthias. So with the increasing development and deployment of IoT devices, many vendors come up with their own solutions, which in many cases are not compatible with one another, and then devices actually remain in the so-called incompatibility silos because they can communicate and they are not compatible between each other. Added to that, as any exposed device on the network, they have to fulfill some security requirements, but these mechanisms that they utilize should be lightweight because these IoT devices are most of the times running on constrained devices. That means that usually they are built using microcontrollers with limited memory, limited processing power. They're running on some tight energy budget, maybe on batteries or energy harvesting systems. And usually the network connectivity is wireless, is lossy, and the data packets they can send are really small. Added to that, as IoT is serving a lot of different scenarios and use cases, including distributed application logic with edge collaboration. That means that devices should make decisions and act directly on the edge and not going directly through the cloud. We can see this in industrial control systems where they need really low latency times, or even households where we actually don't want to talk to the cloud all the time because of privacy issues. This also happens when we have remote or mobile deployments where connectivity or uplink connectivity is intermittent or very expensive. So to tackle many of these challenges, there is a IoT management protocol called Lightweight Machine-to-Machine or Lightweight M2M. It solves many of these issues. We're going to see an overview of the protocol, but it comes short when we are talking about edge collaboration because it proposes a server-centric topology. So this is the starting point for our work. We proposed, designed, implemented, and tested some extensions to this protocol to actually allow clients to talk with one another and let's say leverage the existing features of Lightweight M2M without compromising the whole setup. So let's take an overview of the protocol. The protocol stack looks like this. Lightweight M2M stands on the application layer, on top of the application protocols like CoAP, HTTP, or MQTT. The traditional one is on top of CoAP. So the new specifications allow Lightweight M2M over HTTP and MQTT. And they also allowed multiple security options such as TLS, DTLS, and OSCORE. For our work, we focus on this stack. So Lightweight M2M on top of CoAP, using DTLS and OSCORE for security and UDP for the transport layer. The protocol allows or provides semantic interoperability between different vendors by defining a well-known interaction model and resource model. That means that vendors know how to expose their resources. And they also provide features like device bootstrapping, firmware updates, and access control policies. It's not, it's dead again. Not working. Yep. Yeah, I kind of see it, right? All right. If it doesn't work, I can also share from here. Let me quickly check. Oh yeah. Okay. Thanks. Well, it's gonna be hard. So they define two entity types. Mainly the Lightweight M2M clients, which are running on the IoT devices. In this example, we can see, thanks, air conditioning and, for instance, a temperature sensor. And then the Lightweight M2M servers, which are usually running on the cloud. And then on top of them, the IoT application, so the application logic that is running on this is running on the cloud and interact to the clients always through the servers. So the servers for this, of course, need to establish a secure communication that require access rights and credentials to talk with the clients. So in this example here, we see this kind of triangular interaction where you have a sensor notification that goes all the way up to the server, to the application, and then down again to our device. So we can see that this server-centric communication actually prevents edge collaboration because we always have to go to the client, doesn't allow the client-to-client communication. As I was mentioning this, the model they provide to expose information. So all the operating information from the clients is exposed as resources, and these resources are logically grouped in objects. Each of the objects have access rights, and these servers can perform operations on the objects. They can make operations like read, write, execute, create, delete, and the access control policies manage which server can do which operations on which resources. So as I said, our extensions allow the client-to-client communication while still having allow end-to-end deployment. So let's see a diagram of this. We still have the same connection, but if we allow a direct communication between both clients, we can keep the communication locally, which reduces latency and increases the bandwidth because we don't have to go to the server and back to the local network. In this kind of topology, the servers remain serve monitors and management for the clients, but are not involved in like the everyday operations of them or the logic. So we can move the application logic down to the edge. To achieve this, we propose in our work a couple of new Labo M2M objects, which would hold the needed credentials and access rights for the clients. And we extended the existing interfaces that Labo M2M provides to allow client-to-client interaction. This is the first contribution of our work. The second contribution is involving this third-party authorization mechanism that allows for more flexibility in deployments. The idea is that Labo M2M clients can dynamically request from servers access rights and credentials to operate on other clients. So we don't actually have to, hard code all this information on boot. They can just do it dynamically if they need to access. So this is the second contribution, and we're going to see a sequence diagram of this. Let's say that client one, in this case, a light bulb wants to connect to the light switch, wants to observe this resource and get notifications when that changes. It doesn't have any credentials or access rights to do that, so it makes an unauthorized operation on some resource. It gets rejected, but the response contains owner server hints that indicate client one where to go and fetch the required credentials and access rights for this resource. When client one goes and does that, if the server accepts the request, it goes ahead and installs access rights and credentials on both clients. After that, the clients would establish a secure communication. In the case we're using DTLS or TLS security, they will make a handshake first, and then over the secure channel, they can make operations between the resources of both clients. We implemented all these extensions, and we evaluated this on off-the-shelf hardware. We used the following experimental setup. So we had two Labo M2M clients that were connected with one another. They were part of a multi-hop topology with a varying number of intervening nodes and a gateway. And then we had in the cloud running a Labo M2M server and application logic. The server was implemented using a modified version of Legend, that is a Java implementation of Labo M2M, and the nodes were running the Riot operating system with the Wakama Labo M2M engine. All this was running the Fit IoT Lab testbed, which holds a lot of nodes that we can use to perform these measurements. The hardware on the nodes is this IoT Lab OpenNode M3, which has a Cortex M3 microcontroller and a 15.4 2.4 GHz transceiver. We first take a look at the firmware size of this. So to see the impact of our extensions, we take as a baseline the modules that are related to the basic client, so no extensions at all. And this is the share the modules in the full image, in the full firmware image, without counting like the OS and the network stack. We see that when we include the client-to-client features, we see an increment in both flash and RAM. And when we add to that the authorization, so the third-party authorization mechanism, there is a slight increment in flash, but there is no RAM extra requirements. From this, we observe that our extensions, so the client-to-client extensions require 3% extra flash and 1% extra ROM, while the third-party authorization requires only 5% extra ROM, mainly because of extra code that is needed to handle this mechanism. We performed some measurements about notification arrival. So in this scenario, we had the two clients, and one client would send notifications to the other one. In one scenario through the server and back, and in the other directly. This is the server-centric one with only one hop in the setup that I showed before. And we can see that there is a minimum band of around 80 milliseconds of delay of going back and forth on the network. As we increase the number of intervening hops in the local setup, we see that the delay increases. But when we send notifications directly, as expected, this is much faster. This is in the order of 10 milliseconds. When we zoom in, we can see that when we are using OSCORE security, it's slightly faster than using DTLS for the security. From this, we can conclude that the client-to-client communication, as expected, reduces notification arrival, and that's by around 90%. We then run all these experiments on randomized topologies, so it wasn't like the setup that I showed before, but we just randomized the nodes, the position, like the physical position on the testbed, the number of hops intervening between the gateway and both nodes, and we got the same results, so a huge improvement compared to the server-centric topology. We then perform timing measurements on the third-party authorization mechanism, so how long it takes for a node from the moment it requests a credential until the whole process is done. We can see that for 50% of the times when we're using DTLS, the whole process ends before 1 second. We can also see this staircase kind of shape on the timings, and that's due to the co-op retransmissions that are happening because of lost packets. From this, we can see also that the OSCORE time is slightly higher because it requires one extra Lttng object to be distributed when we are distributing the credentials compared to DTLS. Once the credentials and access rights are distributed, we can go ahead and perform the first client-to-client operation. If we zoom into that, we can see that OSCORE is in line with the times that we saw before, but DTLS can go up to 160 milliseconds for this first interaction, and that's mainly because of the handshake that has to be done in the beginning of the connection. But afterwards, it goes back to the same times as before. Then we started sending fixed size notifications and increase the frequency of the notifications between both clients. We can see that for both DTLS and OSCORE, when we're using client-to-client communication, the delivery rate is almost 100%, and the good put is almost optimal and starts slightly degrading here when it arrives at 10 milliseconds, which is in line with what we saw in the previous measurements about the time it takes to deliver the notifications. When we do the same thing with the server-centric, we can see that actually this starts degrading at around 100 milliseconds, and we can pass this 50 bytes per second good put here of a Lttng payload. So we can conclude from this that the good put of the client-to-client is 8 times higher than the server-centric topology. Finally, we also performed some energy measurements while we're doing the experiments. We can see that the main increase here in the energy consumption throughout the experiment is highly dependent on the number of intervening hops that we have on the setup. When we have the client-to-client, it's in line with the server-centric one, so we actually don't have any difference. But that means that we don't have any extra overhead for this new feature. But as we are reducing the number of intervening hops, because we don't have to go all the way up in a multi-hop topology, and we can just talk directly between the clients, which may reduce the number of intervening hops, we reduce the amount of energy spent by the whole system. So to summarize a bit, we contributed this third-party authentication mechanism. We extended the existing Lttng interfaces to allow client-to-client communication. We performed the performance analysis on real hardware, and all our implementations are open source and available for everyone who wants to use them, take a look, or even improve them, hopefully. Our results, as I said, they show that the client-to-client communication reduces the notification arrival by around 90% and yields 8 times higher throughput, while still having a low impact on the memory footprint. In future work, we would like to analyze how we can apply the ACE-00 security framework to Lttng end-to-end and explore how the integration of group OSCORE will improve multiple observations on the same resource when we have OSCORE security running on the client. Okay, thank you. And so yeah, here is where you can find actually all the code and implementations if you want to take a look in GitHub.
Thank you, Leandro.
Thank you.
So we have time. Do we have questions for Leandro? If you can either do it via Meetecho or, as said earlier, you can come to the mic. But there's no mic. I can give you the mic. So questions for Leandro.
I think there's someone raising a hand here. I don't know.
Hi, my name is Daniel Karrenberg. I'm with the RIPE NCC. My question is to the methodology you used to determine your energy consumption.
Mm-hmm.
How did you do that?
So the testbed allows you to measure the amount of energy per node. So it has a sensor that measures the current and the voltage at all time. And then, yeah, we just log and measure the amount of energy that each node was using.
So that was a real measurement?
Yeah, sure, of course. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other? So if there is none, can I ask one?
Of course.
So you said one of your contribution was an authorization mechanism for the clients. So is it, how did you do the key management? Is it symmetric or asymmetric?
So that's not part of the mechanism because that is already defined by Lttng end-to-end. So for Lttng end-to-end, you can actually use both. So our mechanism is actually independent of that because we still handle everything at the level of Lttng end-to-end objects. So when the server has to install the new credentials, it just installs the new Lttng end-to-end objects on the devices. And yeah, the way that the credentials are stored is already defined by the protocol, so we actually reuse that part. There's no new implementation needed, actually.
Thank you. So I don't see any questions in the Meetecho. No more questions here. So we are on time. Thank you, Leandro.
Yep, thank you.
Tommy. So the next presentation is from Tommy on IoT in health encounters in healthcare networks.
Oh, you have your. So I need to share it from the.
No, I'm just using this for notes. Yeah, hello, I'm Tommy. I work with Halsevast IKT, and as a network engineer, I'm gonna talk a little bit about my experiences with IoT encounters over the years while working there and how we've been handling those devices. And here we go again. There. First of all, just very shortly about my employer. the IT department of all the public hospitals in Western Norway. We are organized as a separate unit besides the hospitals, which again are organized under health trusts. And we have about 45 hospitals in the public sector, and we also have services delivery for some private in the market as well. Exactly about 600. Whoop. There. But 680 employees spread mainly across those 4 cities, but also other places, especially since COVID, since everybody's working from home or their cabin or other places. We have about 60,000 active endpoints today, and the IoT device segment is the fastest growing, and that has much to do. But all new buildings and projects and stuff tend to have a lot more sensors now than they did when I started 20 years ago. So a little bit about the environment computer network. It's built pretty modular and standard. It's very much, if you take away all the redundancies and the health specific parts, it pretty much reads like any other enterprise networking. We do some extra encryption and also switchboard authentication and authentication in general. And also we have in-house data centers because of privacy laws and security policies. That's state mandated. Also, as previously mentioned in the last session also a little bit, one of the reasons we also have in-house data centers is because a lot of the systems, both medical and IoT related, are incredibly latency sensitive. And some of the systems can't handle any latency higher than 10 milliseconds RTT. And yeah. So that's just a bit about the physical region that we're operating in. It's a pretty stretched out region. It takes about 11 hours with car from driving north side axis from the one side to the other, but it's a beautiful drive, so I recommend people do that if they ever find themselves in Norway. And there's plenty of hospitals all the way along the way. So a little bit about me. Like you mentioned, I work as a computer network engineer. I'm also part of fortunately I'm not doing this alone. I'm part of a team of 25 people, wonderful people. And I started working in this region, for the hospitals about 20 years ago. But even though I had pretty much the same office space the whole time, I still had 3 different employers in this time because the government kept organizing the healthcare sector all the time. So, and also every time this happened, the responsibilities grew, because when I first started, I worked for the provincial government, and then we were only one IT department at one hospital. And then a few reorganizations later, things grew, and the reason I mentioned that is because every time we got new devices or network equipment into our network, we also got new clients and new IoT devices, which nobody knew about previously. So suddenly we ended up with a lot of devices, like it's connected, it does something, but we don't dare disconnect it in case somebody starts screaming down the hallway. So when Constanza approached me and wanted to hear what my experience about this, my first question back to her was, well, what is the definition here of IoT? Because it's quite widely interpreted, and also if you are really sticking to the I and Internet of Things, then this would probably be a lightning talk and not a longer session. But we went a little bit into the discussion that she had a IoT survey like a year ago or something, where people had to give their definitions of IoT, and it was pretty broad range of answers. So I went with, after a bit of discussing with Constanza, we went with that it's a IP connected device made to fulfill a specific task or purpose, like a sensor, camera, lab equipment, ultrasound machines, etc. And then you can sort of like, at least the way I see that the I can also mean intranet of things. So why do we use IoT, or do other people use IoT? And that's usually to simplify things. Sorry. So when we connect something that used to be not connected to the network, it's usually to gain some sort of benefit in terms of making things easier, faster, more scalable, automated, etc. So one of the examples I have is emergency lighting, which isn't necessarily a hospital-specific issue. Many building codes demand that you have these kind of solutions. So before you connected things to the network, these things, emergency lightings, had to be inspected manually to see if they had affected battery packages or light bulbs or other things. But now that you can attach some sort of network sensor to them and get an instant notification of components in need of repair or change out, you suddenly get a whole new way of reacting to things and generally just making it easier and cheaper. Another thing that's more hospital specific is temperature logging. So hospitals have a lot of volatile biological products usually stored in various coolers at various temperatures and such, and they also have to make sure that the temperature is consistent and always there. So pre-networking, so to say, you would almost have to inspect either the readout on the cooler manually or noting the temperature on the display and writing it down almost. But yeah, one of the things I've probably worked with most within the IT side mates is all sorts of adapters for converting these temperature measurement devices to the network and exporting that data to the relevant systems. And that has definitely made things more scalable, but also more safe, because as soon as you know there's a discrepancy in temperature in a cooling unit or something, you can react to it and you don't risk contaminating samples or destroying something valuable and not knowing about it until much later. Still, IoT is, at least when I work with it over the years, it has also a tendency to not work as well as other devices like computers and stuff you plug into the network. And that can be many causes of, because the people who buy the devices that are being connected to the network, people who buy and maintain these and operate these devices, they don't really have much knowledge about anything. They just, other than the core function of the device, like for example, logging temperature and making sure all their products are safe. And then the vendor will just tell them that, like, yeah, you can get this remotely monitored now when you just plug the cable into the network and it's supposed to work fine. And if it doesn't, then blame the local IT department. So, and also the vendors, so been very focused on research and development purely on the core function of the device, and the network card they tend to put into the devices. It's gotten better in the last years, but it has been tended to be like of a really old design or something, like 10 megabit half duplex, or it doesn't support authentication protocols. And, you get this whole sort of stuff you have to deal with, and making the devices harder to connect and comply with our security policies. Uh, so yeah, going back to the are we creating more problems than we solve? And that it depends really on how well you manage the extra issues that pop up with these IoT devices. Because the first couple of years where I was working at this in the healthcare, I spent a lot of time just reacting to various incidents with IoT devices, whether it was problems with static IP addressing, speed duplex settings, or devices hijacking IP addresses or flooding the local LAN with broken packets or something. But so you have to do all these sorts of things, like do custom config settings all across your network on different ports. And eventually, I mean, you do that one time and that's sort of like fine. That it's not a problem. But when you have done it 200-300 times or something, you start to get a technical cost or scalability issue in terms of you have to maintain all this and know what every configuration changes for, and etc. So then we started, when we sort of got to that point, we started to think a little bit different in terms of we have to start making some demands in terms of when this equipment gets bought, that people have a set of rules to follow. And that is something we do have today now. So we have like an internal document that specifies certain demands in terms of what the clients or the IoT devices or any end device has to support when they do connect to the network. But that list didn't happen overnight. It happened gradually. So we sort of like had certain IoT devices that created a couple of these requirements, and I'll go into a couple of them just get the lay of it. So in 2009, we had a config or AD down up malware outbreak in the hospital network, and most of other publics, government entities were affected as well in the same region. The virus itself, it was, well, very, it was somewhat contained, so we managed to make sure it didn't access the internet and download updates to it. So it's sort of just sat around the network, trying to infect more and more computers, and yeah, by digging out user information and doing like dictionary attacks on those user accounts. And yeah, that also, of course, affected a lot of the IoT devices that ran some sort of Windows embedded version or something. For some reason, those have been really popular in some devices. So yeah, this one case we had was a lab freezer that ran Ixp embedded, and it just had a just for the touch panel, and so you can interact with it and read off temperature and stuff. But after it got infected, it used pretty much all of its CPU to just trying to infect other computers again. And just the whole thing just froze, and you couldn't do much about it. So to prevent it from infecting any more computers, first we put on an access list that just dropped all the traffic, but then we got told by the lab and the pathology department that they needed access to the temperature logging still. Right, okay. So, and also the vendor refused to install security patches, so that was a problem. So we just opened a small hole to make sure the temperature logging still worked. And when it wasn't seeing any other computers to infect anymore because of the access list, then it sort of like fixed it was still usable again, but its device has, yeah, and it just sort of sat there infected for the rest of its lifespan. Uniform dispensers. These are really neat machines, I think. You The clinical staff come in the morning, pull the cards, and they get their uniforms, and they are off to work. This one was also a bit infected in the same config outbreak. Again, we had issues with the vendor refusing installation of security patches because it would break the system. But this one had a slightly different technical solution because there were like 40-ish of these machines and integrated with servers and such. So we just had to make an entire VPN or VRF and just dump all the machines there. And the vendor eventually came with patches like a year later or something. And yeah, again, the machines have since then been replaced with other machines. Unique X-ray machines. So yeah, you go to the dentist, you get your picture taken of your teeth, and then your dentist is suddenly swearing in the back of the office because the picture is not coming up on his computer. That was the case for a long while with these first devices that we were using in dentist clinics in Norway. These were like really early, like first, second generation or something. So yeah, you have the imaging unit that shoots the X-rays into the sensor, which is placed like inside your mouth, and then it goes into the box here to get processed and sent across the network to the relevant systems. That box in its first generations had, each time we got a new batch of boxes, they had different speed duplex settings that did not support auto negotiate. So we just had to send a technician out to the site, and I had to change the settings on the switchboard until they said it worked fine enough. And that's can be quite resource draining when you're telling someone to drive 2 hours out into the wilderness to some local dentist office to test the device. Yeah, classy lab instrument. This is also a recurring thing. So yeah, you have these really critical devices used to analyze all sorts of samples, and they don't support any sort of like subnet masking or whatever. If you put like in our address space, which is a /16 from class for B class, then that's what it wants to use. So, and this was not a problem as long in the times when the server was standing right under the desk, but when it started to get moved into the data centers, then suddenly it was a problem. We managed to fix that one particular with something called proxy ARP, where the router was pretending to be the other or answering on behalf of the server. But yeah, it also made us then requiring that devices support classless addressing. It's amazing that you have to put something like that into a requirements document, but that's what we have to be dealing with. Some of the vendors also just hide it behind like a firewall that do not or PAT or something, and that's also fine enough. Taking an ag utilities meter. So a lot of HVAC controls are also based on really old like circuit boards and network cards and so on. So this one became a problem when we started enabling port authentication on our networks, because it would only reply to packets sent with specific IP address. But when you turn it on, it doesn't send any packet, so you don't even see a MAC address or anything that we can authenticate it on. Thus, you get like a whole logical loop or chicken and egg situation. It won't get authenticated because it's not showing any MAC address, and it won't send any packets from it because it's not in the right VLAN. So that made us also force support for devices that either, so you can solve it two ways, either that they do support authentication or that they at least enable DHCP support, because then you will send these DHCP requests and you at least get a MAC address to react on. But not everything has been like bad IoT. A lot of devices and vendors have also been able to make systems that work really well. So especially payment terminals, I don't think I've ever had problems with payment terminals. You plug them in, they support all the relevant protocols with auto addressing, and just goes to the internet and or to the payment servers, and everything is fine. So going a little bit back to the previous slides, are we creating more problems than we solve with all these devices that do strange things on the network? And I would still say the answer is no. I mean, like I explained, the benefits of having something that you had to do manually and you don't get like instant monitoring notification and you suddenly have that, the benefits are enormous. So we just have to address most of the issues regarding why IoT is having problems. And for example, that the focus on has to be like end to end and not just on the device's core function. That the operator is somewhat aware of requirements, but that's also an organizational issue. So you have to make sure that the organization responsible for purchasing this also connects both the specialty fields, like an electrician buying new UPS systems, and also the IT department, so they can state clear network requirements to vendors. You also have to account for extended life cycles. A lot of IoT devices live very long. I talked to a medical technician last week who said an ultrasound machine could have a lifespan of 20 years. And in IT world, that's like going from a T4 to a Mustang. So it's have laws or standard image measures. That's a tricky one because laws are, whoops, there's a slide missing here. Yeah. Laws are tricky because they, especially with technology, because they tend to become too specific and outdated or deprecated pretty fast. Standard mandated measures. Yeah, so we have the internal document now, which was going to be on the next slide, but it's missing for some reason. It's probably my fault. And we also have a law that was passed last year in Norway regarding mandatory IP version 6 support. And I'm a bit over my time now, so I'll
Thank you, Tommy.
leave it at that.
Thank you for giving us an idea of how IoT is used in healthcare networks. So we are so we can have one quick question for Tommy.
Neil O'Reilly, embedded device wearer.
Mm.
I noticed that there's a separation between the kind of devices you were talking about and the ones that Leandro was talking about.
Yes.
And I'm wondering if you're yet beginning to see the appearance of that class of device in your networks.
Yes, a little bit. So that it comes from two different paths. Both that we have a internal development team now that's working with like open source sensors that are writing different packages for and putting them into certain environments. And the other one, as we are now starting to put specific requirements towards the vendors, they are starting to use more modern equipment as well. But it seems that if you're not putting forth any requirements, they will definitely not update their hardware.
Thank you. So normally in our agenda, we have a NCC IoT update. Usually Marco used to do that, and Marco has left, right? So thanks, Marco. And now we have an informal liaison for that. And thanks, Jad, for accepting to give you a brief overview and putting some questions to the community.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I realize I'm standing between you and the first break of the day, so I'm going to make it quick. Plot twist, I'm not here to give you any update. I'm here to ask you a question. Well, four in reality. So I'll just jump into it. So my name is Jad Sham. I work for the L&D department at the RIPE NCC for the last 5 years. And my main question for you today, do you see any added value in the NCC providing training material or training courses covering IoT topics? If so, through which format? So we deliver face-to-face training courses across our service region. We do custom-made workshops for the stakeholders, the governments, the regulators, the ISPs. We do webinars. We do like these one-off open houses, online events. And if we decide to go through it, which topics or aspects in IoT should we cover? Hardware, software, OS, data visualization, data processing, data publishing, security. We always hear about securities here and there. And the last and final question, which is most important for me, who is willing to help? And that's it for me. I'm really interested in getting your feedback on this.
So do we have any feedback for Jad?
Your answer can also be no, and you'll make our life way easier.
Thanks, Andosh. Jim Reed, private citizen. Short answer, no. I think we're very careful here that the NCC shouldn't get more and more involved in mission creep. And I particularly think it's important that the operation of any training services should be constrained to NCC's services only. It shouldn't try to dabble in other market conditions, such as offer training in DNS or on IoT or whatever. These things can be perfectly addressed in the market, and if the NCC was to engage in those activities, it would distort those kind of things and potentially cause other problems for the NCC further down the line, because you're acting almost in a sense like a monopoly organisation, using your monopoly revenues to subsidise non-core activities, and I think that's a very bad thing to do.
All right, thank you.
Any other feedback, or you can also respond via the mailing list. Thank you, Jad.
All right, thank you.
Sorry. Yeah, sure.
It's really good that you're trying to do more, but what I was going to add is people don't necessarily like to say no, but can we have a show of hand of who does not want the NCC to get involved in IoT training, just so we can get an image of a number? Okay. We kind of need to at some point, because he's asking a question he wants to know. Now, can we have a show of hand of who wants training? 3, okay, 3, not bad. 4. So generally speaking, no. Sorry, guys. It's not about monopoly is definitely something, but it's more a case of with everything that's changing in the world. If one organization who already has access to so many different potential providers is the one providing the training, it's your way of things that becomes the way of things rather than the best way of things, which will find its way. And all the problems that we're facing, we're discussing them, and things evolve from here. Plus, you do have subsidized employment. You should not be doing these things. It's out of scope. It brings in new people doing new things, new management structures. You don't focus on your core activities because you're focused on other things. We both come from a region that could use a lot more training, and I'm still saying no. So
just to be clear, the NCC, we are not working on such trainings. We just evaluate feedback from the community, and when we do our training courses, we ask for surveys and feedbacks and like, what topics would you like us to discuss? We always have securities. We sometimes have like these 5G, these kind of technologies, but also IoT is on the table. And It's not new, it's been for a few years. But we did have like a good collaboration with the abuse working group where we are actively discussing with them ways to develop training material. So I thought I would also ask for your opinion if the community is interested in it. And again, no is a valid answer.
Thanks, Jad. I think we will discuss it on the mailing list.
Right.
Now
Thank you.
Okay. We'll go to the co-chair announcement.
Yes. Yeah, I'm wondering whether I should get back to the stage. Yeah, I'll do that. So, yeah, we have a new co-chair starting basically from now. Who is it going to be? We had fortunately one person who stepped forward, who also got quite a bit of support on the list, which I'm very glad about. And I think he's tried for the third time now, and it's fourth time now. And I think he's going to do a very, very, very good job. And it's going to be Peter Steinhäuser. And we had a short chat yesterday during the social. I think one of the first tasks you should get involved in would be to get a different slot for the IoT working group session at the right meetings, because 9 in the morning it's just not working. Okay, I think you also have a few words to say, if I'm not entirely wrong. And we also have like 2 minutes, right?
Before giving to Daniel, I would like to thank Constance because so it was a very pleasant working with Constance, and I think the IoT working group will miss her. Thank you, Constance.
Thank you. Well, I'm not entirely gone, right? It's just the hat is now on Peter's head.
And I will let Peter to give a.
So, Sanders, thank you very much. And especially Constance, thank you so much for your work for the working group. Really great. We had amazing conversations. I don't want to talk too much. I would love to have this working group getting a little bit more focus. I mean, IoT is a huge field. We have many, many topics we could discuss, and I would like to get this a little bit more in the focus of the core field RIPE is working at, and also seeking out connection with other working groups and topics, and especially getting a little bit more activity in the working group. That would be great. And the last thing I wanted to do is also thanking all the people who were supporting my running for co-chair. Hope you will not get disappointed. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Peter. And I think we are on time. If there are 2 more minutes, if you have anything else to talk, give feedback, ask questions.
Hi, this is Daniel again. I'm an IoT user for this purpose. Giving feedback to what Peter just said about the focus for the working group. In the days when we started this working group, I remember somewhat that we saw this IoT thing coming at the ISPs, basically saying, hey, there's going to be millions of devices. How is it going to affect the traditional ISPs? And I think that should be a focus that you might want to regain. Just feedback from me personally.
Just to respond to that, we did a big op, and Peter was also involved. I think we will do a second round of that in the coming days. So we will not like to stop between the break. So it's 10 o'clock. Thank you for joining.
Good morning, everyone. We are just about to start, so if you can sit down and fully concentrate, because this is the best working group you can hear at this meeting, so you should concentrate. I'm still waiting for some people who are just joining the room. And the door are closed, so buckle up. Good morning, everyone. My name is Andre Philipp. I'm one of the co-chairs of the working group. I was chosen to start the meeting because I wear a jacket, and they told me that I have to do it in that case. We have since the last time, it was roughly more than 2 years ago, but since the last even virtual meeting, we have a change. We have a newcomer aboard, so I would like to welcome Marcos Sanz. Please help me with welcoming him. And I will let him to say a few words.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad to be here, glad to be back at the RIPE meeting, and yeah, this is my term starting today, so I'm excited, and yeah, long live open source. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I hope he will be. Oh, I'm sure he is a valuable addition to our team. So thank you very much for joining and volunteering for this job. We have a pretty full agenda. Actually, we have the opposite problems. We had to kind of export some of the talks outside, so we have no rooms for lightning talks. Unfortunately, I apologize, but that's how it is when we were limited just to 1 hour. First of all, let me finalize the agenda. So we have those administrative matters, welcome, stuff like that, and 3 presentations. Are there any addition to the agenda? Do you want to discuss something internally? I don't see any reaction, and I did not expect any, but just in case, you can raise your hand. We need to approve the minutes from the previous meeting. Those minutes were circulating a long time ago. We haven't received any comments, but there was not complicated. There was not any complicated decision, so it was just more presentations. But just in case, if you read the minutes and you have something against, this is the last moment you can protest. Again, I don't see anything. Also, we should review our action list, but we are so great that we do all the actions inside the meeting, so we don't have any at the moment. And last but not least, let me comment one thing. There are some people ask me, I couldn't kind of request speaking at this working group because I didn't know how. So please, there is a mailing list that that we usually send requests for presentations, and which is the right place to discuss all the matters relating to this working group. So please join the mailing list. That's how you will be kept. You will get into contact with this community, and you will see all the important information related to this working group. And that's it. I will ask Martin to introduce the agenda, and I think we can start.
Yeah, there you see what you get for not pressing up. So I'm the last one to speak. So anyway, we have a very full agenda. It's kind of interesting, especially as it's a physical meeting again. Thank you very much for the ones who submitted the agenda items. It was way easier to fill up and find interesting talks this time compared to the last time where we really seen the virtual meetings not that kicking in. We have first from RIPE, we have from the API core an open sourcing talk. I believe, unfortunately, he's remote, so we'll see how well our audio video guys can handle that. Then we have one of my colleagues, Donatas Abrites. He joined NetDev recently. He talks about the 5 years of FRA. FRA turned 5 years old since the fork from Quagga in April, and what's going on there. And I'm close, we have Gülman, I'm sorry if I don't say the name correctly, about the peering manager, which probably a lot of you are using or at least knowing. Okay, with that, I'm handing over. Marcus, feel free.
Yeah, sure. I hope Bart is online. He had, from the RIPE entity, they had some challenges, experiences to share while open sourcing that library. So I guess, Bart, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. My name is Bart. I work for the RPI team at RIPE, and we run the RPI Trust Anchor. Early this year, we open sourced our Trust Anchor source code. which is, we call this RPKI Core. It's the central software that we run on our trust anchor. And yeah, like being said, we had some challenges along the way. So I'm here to basically talk about our approach to this and some of the bumps we hit on the way. And now if Meet Echo continues to the next slide, then we can talk. Before we start talking about problems, let's talk a bit about why we open source this in the first place. I know this being the open source community, I won't explain all the standard reasons. Open sourcing code is a good thing, we all love it. But since we run a trust anchor, we have some of our special reasons that we open source it. Running a trust anchor requires a tremendous lot of trust from the community. An untrusted trust anchor is kind of worthless. So we see it as one of our purposes to earn this trust from the community. And one of the things we do that by is being very transparent, or having a very high level of transparency. Examples of that show in that we publish our quarterly roadmaps, we publish the security assessments we do on our website. In case we hit some outage or problems in production, we try to write extensive RFOs to the community to show what we did, how we mitigated this for future purposes. And now we also allow the community to review the code we run in production. We didn't open source this with the purpose for people to run it themselves, especially in production. This is a RIPE project. It runs the RIPE RPKI Trust Anchor. On this other hand, anyone is free, of course, to run this themselves. And we see that especially in dev setups, it could be nice to run it on laptops. So how we started was by doing 2 security assessments. There was an external company we hired to do this. They are called Radically Open Security. One of the assessments was a pen test. The pen test included, or was a white box pen test, meaning they had access to the source code, and it was on our RPKI Core software, but also included RIPE Portal and our RIPE Access or SSO projects. The other one was a plain source code audit of the RIPE Core production code. Some issues were found, all issues were fixed. The last projects finished fixing their issues in December, and all the reports are fully published on our website with the link you'll find in the slides. Now, with our mainline secure enough to be published, we had some other issues. We had a compile time dependency on a proprietary HSM library. This HSM library is for RIPE specifically. It's only available for RIPE. We can't publish it even in binary form to the outside world. And even though we don't expect people will actually run this software themselves, not in production, we want everybody to be able to build this software on their laptop or on their systems. And if they want, they need to be able to run it. So we had to make this HSM library an optional dependency for anyone to be able to compile our source code and link it without this library. After that, we implemented monitoring and metrics on if the library is present, because the one thing we want to avoid is that due to some errors in our CI systems, the HSM library is not available on our production systems. So we added alerts based on that. As soon as we would deploy a version that does not include this HSM library for whatever reason, we are notified and we can fix the problem. Then we hit some runtime dependencies, mostly on internal RIPE NCC services. The resource caches is one thing, and some LER information is the other one. These services are not reachable from the outside world, and they would be useless because it requires authentication. Obviously, our internal systems can properly handle these secrets and have keys to connect to them, but we can't allow the entire world to connect to our services. So we added another resource cache implementation that uses a static JSON file for anyone to use, run, and modify the contents of the resource cache. Also, we made the LER information optional. We mostly use it for having nice names on certificates. So we made this fully optional. If you can connect to the LER information services, then this data enrichment just is skipped. Another dependency we have is on Trust Anchor software, Trust Anchor signing software. That is necessary to start up and initialize the Trust Anchor. So as part of this process, we open sourced that project too. And later on in slides, I'll share a link to that. So basically at this point, our production code was good to go and was safe enough to publish to the world. But this being a 10-plus-year-old project, we had a lot of commits, and each of these commits may hide a lot of secrets. These secrets are not necessarily passwords. They're not necessarily things we can easily rotate, but it encompasses anything we don't want to share with the public. In our main line, of course, these secrets all have been removed, but they still exist or may exist and go unnoticed in some of the commits in our history. There's over 4,200 commits. About 10% of them are merge commits, so there's almost 4,000 commits to review if we actually wanted to do that. At the moment of publication, there was almost 90,000 lines of source code. About half of that were Java lines. So this would be a huge job and kind of unfeasible to review all of the commits in our history. So by publishing our full history, we would risk exposing these internal secrets, and that's not a risk we were willing to take. So instead of pushing the entire history to GitHub, we decided to publish a new tree. With the code that we know was good to go, we created a new baseline. The new tree contains the code on February 9, the code running in production on our Trust Anchor. And instead of moving our entire development process to the open source repository and to GitHub, our team still works on the internal repository because the history does matter to us. It helps tremendously to be able to look back and see what's changed when, and especially in good commit messages, why it's changed. So we continue working on the internal repository, and our changes are now automatically published to the GitHub repository whenever we deploy things to production. We have a script that transplants all of the commits based from our internal repositories on top of the new baseline. It lists all of the commits in the body of the commit message, and then it pushes to the GitHub repository. And it does that fully automated. The script is listed on the slide. It's available in the repository as well. So in case you're interested, you can review that. And this is what these commits look like. We list the commit SHA-1 that we merged and now run in production. And then in the body of the commit, we list all of the individual commit summaries that are included in this change set. And this is how we address the issue of not being able to share our history and how we worked around that. Our development process can still be followed, we believe, from these commits. We aim to keep these changes small so they can be easily reviewed, and our development progress can be easily followed on GitHub as well. The trade-off here was that we couldn't move our full development process to GitHub because of history. Some more things we open sourced either recently or a long time ago. Like mentioned earlier, the RPKI Trust Anchor software was open sourced as part of open sourcing RPKI Core because we needed it to be available to all of you to initialize the Trust Anchor. Project that's been open source from the start and was much easier, therefore, was the RFC 8181 publication server. There's a RPKI Commons library that we use both in the publication server and in RPKI Core that's been open sourced. And we have some tools we use to create the daily repository dumps and statistics that we do as RIPE. So as a result of this, now anyone can follow and review the code that we run on our Trust Anchor in production. And we're very interested in feedback from the community. How can we make this more valuable from the community? If you have any ideas, please reach out. Otherwise, thank you for listening. I think there's a few minutes for questions. If you have any, please ask them here or feel free to reach out. You can find me on email or on Discord. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Bart. I've personally found it very interesting. There were some trade-offs to be made, and I think you took very elegant solutions for the sake of transparency. That was very interesting. Are there any questions? Any ideas, suggestions? Something online in Miteco? No? Okay, just one person coming to the mic. Please identify yourself.
Yes. Hi, I'm Tim, working for DKIX. Thank you very much. I like that you took the effort to open source this, even though I might not be able to review or use it. The point where I got some question marks in my head was that you stick with, as it seems, two different Git trees from now onwards. I understand that sometimes it's looking to the history, which I also understand you wouldn't want to publish. That totally makes sense. But so looking back makes sense sometimes, but it seems a little bit clumsy that you keep that on from now onwards and you're not using the GitHub tree as well. I mean, it's distributed version control, so it wouldn't be a problem to have branches only local or something like this. So maybe you could elaborate a little bit why you decided that, because maybe there's something that didn't come to my mind and which might be valuable for others thinking about open sourcing stuff they're using internally.
Yeah, so it's a fair question. We decided to do this because internally we do sign our commits. It's individual author commits, and on, like, of course we make branches, we make local branches, we use merge requests, and often it's just very useful during development to see the history of a file or the history of what parts of our source code, including the original commit messages of the author on why it's changed. Having these two trees, if we would switch to GitHub for future development, it means that we would have very hard times to reach this history during the development process, because we need to write some scripts and do some transplanting between the original history of things and the GitHub history. I won't exclude this for the future, but for now, our history is just too important for us at the moment. Like I said, maybe in a year we can revisit this because a lot has happened in this year. We do internally review commits to also not include these secrets, of course. So every commit we make, we made from the point of publishing is actually good to go open source. So who know what we can revisit in a year from now. And maybe we can publish or move our development process slowly to the full public. For now, like I said, it's just too much of a pain for us to move it there.
All right, thank you.
Okay, then if no further questions, then the next speaker.
Yeah, then I like. Thank you. So next, I'd like to introduce Donatas Abritis. He works for NetDev Open Source Routing with me, and he's one of the maintainers on FRR, and he wants to talk a bit about what happened over the last 5 years with FRR and where we are standing right now. Go ahead.
Hi everyone, my name is Donatas. Today I'm going to talk about where we are with our beloved suite FRR, which is already 5 years since the fork has been created, as Martin mentioned before. At the moment, I'm one of the FRR maintainers and working at NetDev as software engineer and SRE as Hostinger. FRR uses semantic versioning and releases are pulled every 4-month cycle in most cases. Release dates are known in advance. and it eases development branch by splitting into separate parts, like freezing the development branch where no new features can be merged. 2 weeks later, we pull stabilization branch and new features can go in. 2 weeks later, again, we tag stabilization branch with additional RC tag and running additional per-release compliance test to make sure we don't have any regressions. Two or more people from maintainers are assigned to be release managers and rotate to get more people familiar with the flow and to avoid kind of struggling with coming releases. Since we don't have LCS releases, we are trying to backport critical bug fixes or misbehaving features to the 1 or 2 latest versions. Also, we use Mergify, I don't know how to pronounce it correctly. So, and it kind of helps to deal with backports. Some details about our CI system. The first phase is CI builds the source on all the supported OS distributions, builds the packages, deps, RPMs, snaps, whatever. The heavy lifting part is topology test, takes the most time. And the last part is kind of running Slang analyzer, address sanitizer, just to check if we don't have any new memory leaks, buffer overflow, etc., similar to Valgrind. The average build time is around 2 hours, and unfortunately 50% of the builds fail, but mostly due to various other external conditions like OS upgrades, repository failures, network failures. Some topology tests fail mostly due to timing issues and to be fixed somehow. Forgot to mention that we use our FRR bot, which is kind of our front line to make sanity pre-flight checks for commits. It's not working. Oh, this is just a big picture of the latest important changes since 7.2 release. As an example, lots of missing features and RFCs were implemented in BGP, like extended mesh support, enhanced route refresh, long-lived bracelet restart, EVPN multi-homing, open delay timer, lots of them. So I can cover all of them in this short talk. So I just grabbed a couple of less known or even unknown changes and gonna talk about them shortly. Yeah, it's time to show how to configure BGP. I'm joking. As mentioned before, I just took 5 less known changes and gonna talk about in short. First, Lua hooks. Hooks allow you to do some actions in time when the event happens. And in FRR, Lua is still in the early stage, but with more efforts, this would be very promising. in the future. At the moment, we have a single hook for Zebra, but we have more for BGP and route maps, which is kind of useful. At the moment, FRA requires Lua 5.3 because all the existing C Lua bindings are based on 5.3. Let's say you have a client's database with IP prefixes, and you want to put some extra data to the logs before they are parsed and sent to the aggregation or any storage like Kafka, Elasticsearch, etc. So it can be helpful here. Also, we can specify a Lua script that's going to be called on every route update from a particular peer. In this example, we set med attribute of 333 for every newly received routes. And at the moment, we can override only med and local preference attributes by Lua. But it's very easy to extend, and decoders and encoders should be extended as well. Technically, we can even implement our kind of local aware validator for the prefixes or so. Another one interesting and handy daemon FRR has is shard-d. It's something like a testing framework to generate millions of routes and do the performance testing. You just specify the first address, the next hop, and the routes to be installed, the number of routes to be installed. Redistribution works the same way as with any other protocols. It has an administrative distance of 150. Shard-d can send also opaque data, and you can show that information in CLI with the route, as in this snippet. One real-life example, let's say, when I was implementing BGP extended message support, and I needed tens of thousands of prefixes to be bundled for the same BGP update message to be above 4K bytes. So it helped me to send and verify. Or let's say you want to verify how the files, the routes are processed, how many resources do I need, or how does my router behave with millions of routes. What is tracing at first? Tracing is an advanced performance and analysis tool, but it's not just about the system tracing like sysdig, strace, or TCP dump. It's kind of more low level and can be used to track down specific events, specific functions, instead of just syscalls. I'm going to talk about two tools, Lttng and System Tab. Lttng stands for Linux Trace Toolkit Next Generation. FRR has tracing support since 8.0. And by the way, has anyone used tracing in FRR? Okay, got it. So in order to use Lttng, you have to compile FRR with Lttng flag. And basically that's it. And below is an example of how to use it. Before eBPF. System Tab, I guess, was the most powerful tracer. It can do much more, like user space probing or kernel hacking. I've seen people even patching kernels live. It's called Guru mode in System Tab. As with Lttng, in order to use it, you have to compile with USDT flag. And keep in mind that you can compile FRR with both support, I mean Lttng and USDT. Choose one. As an example, BGP at the moment has around 30 trace points, but System Tab allows you to hook on whatever you want in the code on a specific function or on a specific line even. And it differs from Lttng that you compile the script, like on the right side, into the kernel module, and you just load it and run. But it comes with some safety tricks. You can crash or freeze the application, sometimes the kernel. The video should show up. I don't know. Never mind. Long-lived graceful restart is a graceful restart extension for BGP, and it allows you to retain stale routes longer than 1 hour, which is an actual limitation in a standard graceful restart. When graceful restart timer expires, stale routes get a well-known LOGR stale community. Routes are recalculated to make sure they are less preferred. And routes that have a well-known no LOGR community are flushed immediately, and others are kept for longer time as configured. We can even disable our standard graceful restart by setting restart time to 0, and that means it's totally skipped and long-lived graceful restart is activated instead. We have it since 8.2, if I remember correctly. As an example, BGP can send multiple identical announcements with an empty community attributes if stripped at egress. And it's absolutely undesired behavior, and why do we need to send an update if it's not an actual change at egress? As an example, X1 receives 2 paths with communities 2 and 3 that are tagged proper at Y2 and Y3. In order to induce an update for prefix P, we just disable the link for Y1 and Y2 and wait for updates at C1. When X1 sends an update to C1, it strips all the communities, and we don't need to send an update message to C1 because the attribute's actually the same. So it's enabled by default in FRR since 8.0 release, and graceful restart, route refresh are exceptions, and updates are forced to be sent. Okay. 4 years ago at Hostinger, we missed a feature in Cumulus Linux to set a metric or community for a default originate command. And then I started looking at the code and discovered that it's not implemented, and it might be fun to do this. But before that, at that time, I didn't have any experience in coding or even with C language. But I was still motivated to go ahead and learn new stuff, at least how protocols work from the developer perspective. And I want to ask you, do we have any contributors here to FRR? Not much. How many of you use FRR? Okay. So I'll provide a quick overview how you should start contributing. The first step is just creating your own fork of FRR repository. Create a separate branch, do the changes, apply code formatting, because otherwise you have to fix it anyway. Do some local unit test. I mean, not do, but run. They are already, and commit the changes. And by the way, every new CLI change or even a new protocol, daemon, whatever, requires documentation and topology test. It's kind of useful to have in advance. And yeah, then just create a pull request in GitHub based on the development branch. And in a couple of seconds, a few tests start. As mentioned before, 50% of the builds fail, but fortunately we can rerun them by triggering on GitHub by just writing a comment like CI rerun, and the reason for that, when it's green, it's a good sign to start reviewing. Do expect that some PRs can be hanging for longer time because some changes require more attention, discussions, or so. Pull requests marked as draft are skipped from reviewing. We have, every Tuesday we have a technical community call. You can join it as well to discuss recent PRs and issues a bit. I suggest joining our FR routing Slack. Mailing list also exists, but they are kind of abandoned. Okay, the most interesting part. Overall, we have around 23,000 of commits and around 7,000 pull requests merged. Kind of steady growth. This is the graph to show how many commits on pull requests we have per release. As we've seen before in the timeline, 8.0 was the huge release, and but usually 1,000 commits and 500 pull requests per release is a normal pace. The merge close pull request ratio is quite good when dealing with large amount of pull requests. Closed in some cases can be a real fix, but it can be a duplicate or the author is requested for more changes, etc. Oh, time is over. I have to speed up. Created closed issues ratio is kind of the same, except for the last year. We closed more issues than was created. Real profit. This is the unique number of contributors per release. Again, 8.0, a poll. NVIDIA and the devs remain the winners, competing in the battle when talking about the number of commits per organization. And yeah, thanks. I think I can answer a couple of questions if the time is okay. And by the way, we have Martin, two Davids, and they know much more than me, so you can ask what you like about the Ferrari. Or...
So yeah, any quick questions? Okay, see over there.
It's Maria here, CZ Nick. I'd like to ask a performance question. If you are implementing Lua bindings, have you measured how long does it take? We were trying to do it in BERT and it totally failed on initialization of the Lua context.
Personally, I didn't. So maybe David can know. So
okay, thank you.
Basically, Lua was implemented as a GSOC project. So, but I don't know about any performance testings.
Okay, thank you, Donatas.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Guillaume. He's going to talk about the peering manager that actually the tool was introduced, I think, 4 years ago, if I'm not mistaken, in Marseille. So let's see what happens over those 4 years. Floor is yours. Thank you.
Hello, so my name is Guillaume. I know it's very hard for you to pronounce, for most of you at least. So I'm the lead developer of Peering Manager, the creator of it. Just a quick poll. How many of you know about this software already? Okay. Who actually use it? Okay. So I do have some users after all. Okay. So Peering Manager, as I said, was introduced in the RIPE meeting in Marseille as a lightning talk. It's an open source project which is not related to any company, and it's written by engineers for engineers mostly, and to provide some peering management, as you can guess. Under the hood, it's written in Python with if you run Netbox, for instance, it runs pretty much in the same way. It works with PostgreSQL as a database and Redis as a caching and scheduling tool. Docker images are available, so you can quickly start an instance on your own without any trouble. The REST API is a huge work in Peering Manager for you to integrate into any automation workflow you have already. But we do have an Napalm integration, so you can push configuration on your router on your own, and it integrates with other tools like PeeringDB, because PeeringDB holds a lot of data about peering already. And recently we pushed some features about IX API and to interact with it. And of course, it's under an open source license and available on GitHub. Why did I write this? It was mostly started as a side project for my own needs, and decided to open source it to make people able to track any BGP configurations changes updating session, deleting session, and so adding them, and basically operating BGP on a day-to-day basis. The idea was to eliminate also all the YAML and JSON stuff we can have in huge files, but actually in the end I'm rewriting some features to be able to dump data into YAML and JSON, so some kind of a circle after all. And it provides also a user interface for the day-to-day management. It's really focused on BGP. It means that there is no interaction with other routing protocols or stuff like that. So it's really specialized on BGP and tries to do it properly, at least. There's not a lot of stuff to describe, but you can actually see that it interacts with Peering DB, or IX API could be as well. There is an API, cache, front-end, routers to push using SSH or netconf. And of course, you are at the bottom right, of course, because the user needs to do something at least. Features to come, we are going to improve the IX API, the peering workflow. This is something I've been asked a lot of time to be able to receive peering requests from external party and being able to approve them, provision them automatically and stuff like that. Epoch export templates to Git repository, to stuff like that. And in a strange way, a lot of users asks for mailing features. I don't like mail, so yeah, whatever. But let's have a look at it for real. I took some screenshot. Maybe it's going to be a bit, yeah, not that good. Okay, but it does look like this. You can't read it, but you can see the shapes. So, for instance, you have some tasks that can run in the background, and yeah, you have some reporting for you. Have some session, some autonomous system to create. It basically pulls the data from Peering DB, so it pre-fills the form for you. So most of the time you just have to click create, and that's it. In the same way, you have the details you have to see what we know about your peers, what Peering Manager know about your peers. It can discover, thanks to Peering DB as well, all the peering session you have, all the IXP and peering session to set up on your side. So, for instance, if you are new to Peering Manager, you just enter your own AS number, and then when you go into the Internet Exchange tab and you select import from Peering DB, it's going to get from Peering DB all the BGP you have, all the IXP you are connected to, and provision them automatically. So no need for a lot of typing or a lot of clicking everywhere. You have your session, of course. Also, they can also be discovered through Peering DB. So if you are on an IXP, you say, I want to peer with any autonomous system, and it's just going to list all the autonomous systems that there are on the IXP, and you can provision the session automatically just with a few clicks of a button. It was heavily focused on IXPs in the beginning, but now Peering Manager also manage session in a global fashion, so you can add session to your customer, to your transit provider, to cloud exchanges, whatever. It can do pretty much everything. I don't recommend you to document your IBGP inside it, because, yeah, you know, can do a lot of weird stuff. And do you really want to break your IBGP? Not sure about it. It discover connections, of course, to your IXP. But this was a feature I wrote for myself because I was a lazy guy at the time and decided to generate the configuration for my routers because I basically had no automation also at the time. And this is actually the most used feature of Peering Manager now. There is a Jinja-based templating system inside Peering Manager, and it can generate a configuration for your routers based on what Peering Manager knows about your BGP sessions and peers. So there is a huge feature for it. It can take a lot of time to generate the template actually, because if you have, I don't know, hundreds or thousands of peering sessions, of course, if you put them on a router, the config is going to be quite long and it's going to take a lot of time to generate. And yeah, you still don't see it, but you see the shape again. So this is what the Peering Manager instance looks like when it's used. So you have a bunch of numbers and also a change log, so you know what did, who did what, when. So you are able to audit your BGP changes thanks to this as well. All the features you've seen on the screen in the user interfaces are also available in the API as well. So you don't actually need to use this HTML stuff if you want. You can just put it inside your automation workflow using the API, and it's pretty much the same, and you can do a lot of stuff with it as well. Of course, it's an open source project, so if you want to help it, you open issues, pull requests, support sponsor features. I'd like to thank a lot Ixp for his sponsorship. They believed in me since a lot of months now, and it's actually really helpful to have them on my side. I have a few other sponsors, and I have some hidden ones. They don't want to appear in this beautiful advertisements. And yeah, there are a lot of stuff to do. I'm pretty much alone for now, but if you want to help and if you want to break some code, feel free to reach out to me. And if you have any questions, I'll be here to help you. I'll still be available outside if you want to talk to me. If you are a user, come say hi. It's always a pleasure to meet you.
I don't see any remote. Thank you very much, first of all. I don't see any remote questions, so let's start with one physically here in the room.
Yeah.
Please state your name and affiliation.
I'm Wolfgang Dremmel, working for the Ixp Academy. First, thank you for the software. It's really great. And just a remark more than a question. The first hurdle I had when I started using it was writing a template. So the second thing after writing a template was writing a template tutorial. And I would like to encourage other users of Peering Manager to put their templates into the repository so new users can learn how to write templates, because that's the big hurdle. If you start using it, you have to write a template to basically push the information onto your routers. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Wolfgang, for the huge work done on the documentation, of course, because, you know, we are open source software. The documentation is the code, you know. And yeah, Wolfgang and Julian here helped me a lot in documenting and templating stuff. And of course, for Cisco, I'm a Juniper guy, sorry. So everything I've done is with Juniper. So thank you for the Cisco template.
Okay, thank you very much. The next speaker, please.
Hello, this is Kostas Urbanelos from Canal Plus Telecom. We bumped into each other, Guillaume, yesterday in the elevator, so I want to publicly thank you for the software. We're users of it, and we just focus on using Peering Manager as a source of truth. So the provisioning mechanism for us is something external, something different. We really appreciate the REST API, and we would like to have stability in the REST API as much as possible.
Yeah.
If possible, of course.
I know I break a lot of stuff, but yeah.
Again, thank you very much.
Sorry for that.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Next question.
Hello, Dan Mahoney, ISC. We have a slightly unique network in that we peer with a unique AS per site. We have several dozen ASs because we're an Anycast provider and like to track things that way. Is there support in this to be able to do that, or is it reliant on a single peering AS?
Yeah, it's a good question. In the very beginning, it was only made for one AS. So if you wanted to peer with, if you had to manage multiple AS, you had to have multiple instances.
That was my fear.
But now that's not the case anymore. So you have some kind of a context and stuff like that for all the ASNs you have.
Excellent, thank you. This wheel has been tried to reinvent many, many times with many false starts, and this is one of the most solid implementations I've ever seen of it. Thank you.
Okay, any other question? Not even remotely, so then thank you very much.
Thank you.
Trust me or not, I know it's horrible, but we just reached the end of the session. But that's not for the last time. I'm sure you will see us next time. So I don't know, guys, do you want to say something nice at the end of the session?
I would thank you for all the ones who submitted presentation this time. I hope we get even more presentation next time. We're trying to get more time, a little bit more, especially if it's another physical, which I really hope for. So bring up the good ideas and don't even wait for the call for presentations. If you have some ideas, feel free to send an email to the working group chairs anytime.
Thank you all, and thank you, Stenography. I was really missing you. Thank you for being back. Bye-bye.
Good. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for choosing Connect to the Right Meeting's second most favorite working group. If you could all move out of the aisles, put any large items in your overhead compartment and any smaller bags underneath the seat. We'll get started as soon as we can. We have a lovely scribe, Matt, right here in the front, who is going to take the minutes. Let's see what else. Yes, this is a hybrid meeting, so I'm going to have to do this twice. This room has 4 emergency exits, 2 in the back and 2 in the front. And if you're joining this meeting online, there is a single emergency exit, which is the big red cross on the top right of your screen. Good. Now we have that out of the way. Are we good to go? I see we still have a couple people late, people joining. We have a very packed agenda, so I suggest that we just get started. My dear colleague Will has provided us with the agenda slide. I haven't seen it. Do I want to see it, Will? Oh dear Lord. Right. Administrativia, we're going to do this online. All of the presenters will be in the room. Oh.
That's the way we do things here.
Oh dear Lord.
Well done, fellow co-chairs. This is particularly horrible again this time.
Yes, so the other chairs of this session is Will, who's right here, and Florence, who's joining us online because unfortunately she couldn't make it to Berlin. Florence, we miss you and hope to see you again soon. And she will be mostly moderating and looking at the online stuff. Administrativia, we have a scribe, we have minutes that I'm sure you've all read very carefully and you have no comments about. So with that, I'm going to approve the minutes of the last session and thank the Right Dependency for compiling them. And then let's see, what else do we have?
I think for the housekeeping we're done, but
okay.
I think we can go ahead with the first presenter. Pascal did some interesting stuff and he upgraded his network and he's going to tell us about that. Pascal, the floor is yours. Do you want a handle back? Yeah, okay, I'll get that.
I'm good, thanks. So no idea how that works. How do I get my slides, change my slides? How's that working? Just tell me. Oh, okay. You guys were too fast.
So moving forward this one, back to that one.
Okay.
Yep, cool.
Attention, unable to attach media. This is starting well, and the agenda is tight. So, hi everyone, how are you doing? Still nothing. So I have a 15-minute slot, and yesterday Will told me, well, I'll have to decrease it to 12 minutes because we have a tight agenda. And I was like, I got 40 plus slides. But the difference between the last RIPE meeting, physical, and now is TikTok happened in the middle. So the attention span of people went down from 45 minutes to 10 seconds, which fits my presentation. If it will come at some point, we'll see. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, oh, it's starting. But still, I got two pair of socks. One is sized small and one is sized bigger. Whatever you want. How many gigs? Yeah, 25. Heard it here. Was it you? I guess you get big. It's being started. Oh, yay! I'll give you that back. Well, thank you. Let's start. So, agenda tight. Let's go on. So, I'm working for In7 for about 2 years now. We're the so-called nerd ISP in Switzerland. We have about 50 employees, and our main product is called Fiber 7, which is about 60 euro a month. And Fiber 7 we began 2014. We're basically renting the fibers from Swisscom, but also other providers who do layer 1. And our service is a gigabit symmetrical, which we started 8 years ago. And that was already crazy at that time. We only do point-to-point. We have free choice of router. We provide the /48 to every private customer, fixed, and the public v4. This is why we call the nerd ISP, because like all the nerds, they're customers by us. I mean, how many customers here? One. Well, that's not bad. So far from home, it's not so bad. Exactly. So that was the infrastructure we built eight years ago. Those are Catalyst 4500. And we have then gigabit line cards, 48 ports, bidirectional optics. And we get these breakout cables, which have 24 fibers each time. Yeah, that's the breakout cables. Okay, but then the market evolved. Indeed, the others were like, okay, these guys are doing gigabit. We need to do something. So they come up with some ideas. Some started deploying GPON, and then later on, the other major started also with then XGS-PON, which is 10 gig, but that's PON. And I'm going to go quickly over PON if you don't know what it is. This is passive optical network, which means that you're going to share a port passively over multiple users. So that's not really point-to-point. Those are different standards. Usually you have different split ratio you can have. You can even go up to 128. Most of them are doing 32. Those are the different speeds. There are like 25 GPON exists. I think there is one setup, 50 GPON, 100 GPON are still, I think, in standardization. And so this is something I've seen with my own eyes. I can't show you a picture because I'm not allowed to. Can't just pick picture of your competition. But that's basically the oversubscription that I've seen. So about 25,000 times. So and they come and say, well, you can have 10 gig. Yeah, divided by 25,000 times. Anyway, we're not really happy with PON technology. We just like to provide a service that is fair. So our action was like 1.5 years ago. We were like, okay, we need to do 10 gig. So we need a new access platform. Our hardware was getting old. So we went on. Our goal was 1 rack unit, devices, 10 gig port, 40 or 100 gig uplinks, 24 or 48 ports, MPLS for business service, and just like one box to rule them all, in the sense that it can play the role as a router, but also as a switch. So we don't need different hardware in a POP. And then we realized that during the RFP that 3 of the 4 vendors were actually offering switches with SFP28. So I was like, yeah, let's do that. And Freddie, my boss, was like, well, do optics exist? Are they payable? They are. So we selected that hardware. The one on the top has 48 port for customer, 4 uplink ports, 100G. And then we also, for bigger location where we have to interconnect a lot of switch, we use the 32 times 100 gig switch to interconnect all the switches. But that is great because they can play the role as a switch and as a router. So we don't need, in very small location, we'll maybe have only one switch, but then it can also play the role as a router. Okay, so the scope is about 500 switches, 130 locations, initial timeline 24 months. And the expectation on upgrades was like 10-20% of customer upgrading to 10G, and then just like a handful customer getting 25G, because it's getting complicated in your home network, 25G. It is. We started with a silent rollout because when we wanted to be able to, at least in one city, be able to actually upgrade when we announce it. So we did roll out 4 POPs in our main location, our own city, which is near Zurich. And well, we started, unpacking and stuff. And then I broke my finger. But doesn't matter. We continued. More pictures, more trash to get rid of. Then my hand got better. Exactly. That was like, this is at home. We're actually configuring so many switches at the same time. And this was one of the first POP we upgraded, where we have the 32 ports at the top, where we connect all the switches in a redundant manner, and we have then all the access ports. So we did the announcement, and Freddie tweeted that, which is in German, but basically it says, well, how does Moore's laws work? We have something to announce. And quite quickly, someone found out that if you apply Moore's law over 18 months, it's actually quite perfect over 7 years. And he guessed it correctly, that we went from 1 to 25 gig. So we started also with advertising, which is Swiss German. So it's like, can it be a little bit more, please? And now we do offer 25 gig. Meanwhile, our competition has still the fastest internet in the world. We still, and that's like a year ago, and they still do it. And the day we announced, that was really not planned. We had no idea about that. But the day we announced, Nokia and Proximus announced 25G PON, which was again the fastest internet in the world. But that's PON, that's divided by 32. Right. Conclusion? No. Oh yeah, conclusion for that part. Well, at least we solved the bandwidth problem. Challenges, yeah, well, speed test server. So we bought this PCI card, which has a QSFP28, and we just took a bare metal server and plugged it in the core with 100 gig. I expected IPER 3 to work correctly, which it does, but I was actually surprised that the Ookla speed test server also works and does deliver 25G. A payable CP, an affordable CP, that's a bit difficult. There are CPs that have SFP28, but they can't handle actually the bandwidth. They just have the interface. Production bottleneck, yeah, we had a lot of discussion with the supplier I guess you're all aware of delivery issues. But he wasn't that bad at the end. So automate as much as you can. I took an old switch and I put a server in the back which does zero-touch provisioning. I also wrote a lot of script taking the old configs to like migrate them to the new configs. The more you can automate, the better, because it is a lot of work. Outsource whatever you can, but outsource matching the skill set. Like we hire people just for unpacking. That saved a lot of time. Unpacking, putting the rack mounts, just doing that. The guys were working like 5 days. Preparing the switches with zero-touch provisioning, installing the hardware, doing the migration. Just take the people who have the right skill set. Like break down your migrations into these steps where you can have then different skill sets. You don't need an engineer for all the steps. Customers can also help, and your kids, that's my son actually, programming optics and labeling switches. But your customer can also help you in debugging, in writing blogs, and sometimes they even physically help you. I'm coming back to that. This is Michael Stoppelberg, a customer of ours, and he did a lot of work analyzing stuff. Like he made a custom PC, which actually does with works with 25G, and it's a really interesting blog because 25G is really a challenge even on the PCI side to have the right bandwidth. That's Will. Our only customer here. And on the other side, on the lower part is Freddy, and that's Oriana, and they all helped us do the migration. We offered them a year free internet and a nice dinner. But yeah, your customer can help you if you know them. I wouldn't take an unknown person in a cellar in the middle of the night, but your friends or community friends can help you. Yeah, don't understand the nerdiness of your customer. They can help. They know stuff. Indeed, not all of them. Supply chain issues, yeah, that's still a topic. And you don't underestimate your overtime because those projects are long, and you think like you have to do overtime, but it's not going to work over 2 years. You know, it's just going to accumulate, and it's really not good for your health. So be careful with that one. That's our map. So we're quite far in the project. Everything that is red is done. The black ones are still to do, and we're 2 months from the end of the migration. It was planned 24 months, but we're going to be at 18, 19 months. Some more conclusion. Well, that's my final conclusion. 25G. I'm hearing so many major operators saying, well, we have bandwidth issue. There is just so much and we can't like do more. Well, don't be afraid of the bandwidth. The volume doesn't change. People don't download more. They download faster. But the overall volume doesn't change. And what we do is we don't sell the bandwidth. That's also an important point, which I forgot to mention in the beginning. As we have this principle called max fix, which is maximum bandwidth for a fixed price. The price I showed at the beginning, it's still the same price. You can choose if you want to have 1 gig, 10 gig, or 25 gig, but we're not selling the bandwidth, we're selling the service. The bandwidth is your choice. It's the same price. The setup fee is a bit different because the optics are more expensive, but that's basically it. And we had an unexpected large amount of 25G upgrades. At the beginning, I said like, we're going to have a handful because 25G is crazy, right? We have over 100 now. And that was a bit unexpected. Questions? I've done it. I'm still green at 26 seconds left.
Thank you very much, Pascal.
I did it.
Oh, we can't hear you, Flo. You are muted. I don't see that we have any question online. Oh yeah, no comments, but we've got one live. Gordon. Oh, Gordon was in actually the official queue. Please come and do your question and then you go after.
Yeah. Hi, Gordon Guidolfo from Think Fiber. Thank you for this refreshing and fun take on fiber ISP deployment. My question is, the equipment you present is not really the industrial temperature hardened switch you would expect from an access switch. So does this choice of equipment limit your deployments, or do you have like a lot of actively cooled locations?
No, they're not really cooled. Usually those locations are, most of the locations are in Swisscom building, and Swisscom since 15 plus years does free cooling, and they have a limit at 35 degrees, but it's quite stable. So we really haven't had any temperature issue. But you're right, those are enterprise grade devices, which has a major advantage. We don't have port licenses.
Thank you.
Just for the sake of information, I will close the queue because we're like really tight. So please go ahead. And we'll do your question then.
Hi, my name is Rinse Kloek, working for Delta Fiber in the Netherlands. We're also doing some deployments of only 8 gigabit, and I see how hard it is. I'm interested in what kind of CPE do your customers use, because I think that's the most challenging part to get such high speeds. Do you recommend them, or do they choose themselves, and what kind of vendors, what kind of...
Yeah. So for 10G, it's not that hard. You can take a MikroTik or so that will work, which is affordable for a private person. The 25G is an issue. There is no actual CP you can buy that will actually do the bandwidth. As I said, there are MikroTik that have 25G ports, but they just won't follow with the forwarding of the traffic. You're gonna get, if you're lucky, you're gonna get 10, 12G over it. So the only possible way is like I did at home is a PCI card in your server. And that works well. Yeah, I can do 25G at home. My VMs do 25G. It really works. But even then, you have to be careful in which PCI slot you plug your PCI card, because you still need the bandwidth on the PCI level, which is it's high bandwidth for home use. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's a challenge.
Yeah. So it's mainly the home built Linux solution they use.
Yeah.
For the...
I mean, we do sell CPs. We also are transparent regarding the performance of the CPs, but most of our users going 25G, they build something themselves because they know. And as I showed, the blog of Miguel just explains how he did his setup with like a mini ATX motherboard and just like a small setup.
Yeah, I read that. Okay, thank you.
Ben.
Hi, Ben Carricox, BGP Tools. My question is, I just looked at your Peering DB page, and almost all of your, in fact, all of your ports are 10 gig, while you're giving customers 25 gig access. How do you handle that in the fact that a customer can theoretically blow 2 of your IX ports in one go?
Well, that's the interesting part. Well, it's not an issue. Where do you download 25G from?
No, but a customer could max out 2 of your ports with a UDP flood or something.
Yeah, they could, yeah.
Oh, okay.
But it
fair
doesn't
enough.
happen. Yeah, that's it. That's why I'm saying don't be afraid of the bandwidth.
Okay, thank you very much, Pascal.
Yeah, I'm gone. I'm back. Thank you, Will, for the work.
My pleasure. I've got 25 gig at home now. And now on to our next presenter. Vijal, you know the drill. Do you want the mic or do you want the...
Thank you.
Okay.
Leo's going to do another bit.
Yes, okay.
Okay, I don't need to stand behind the podium, do I? Okay, hello, I'm going to give you a quick EuroIX update. It's great to be back in person, by the way. Yeah, so let's go. Okay, so for those of you who, there you go, I've forgotten how to use this as well. For those of you who don't know what EuroIX is, we are a membership association for Internet exchange points. These are our lovely members. A lot of them are in the room here today, so hopefully I'll get to see you all and say hello personally later on. So I want to thank the IXP members who are our members. We also have, sorry, I really have forgotten how to do this. We also have patrons. Patrons are typically organizations that work closely with Internet exchange points. So for example, data centers and vendors. So any of our patrons in the room, big shout out to you guys as well, and we'll see you around. And thank you for the continued support. So what do? We have 2 events a year. Well, first time we're back to having events this year, and our first one is going to be in Finland, in Tampere, next month. So we're looking forward to getting the IXP community together again then. We have a number of workshops, and obviously while we were doing things virtually, we did a number of them virtually. If you're interested in seeing any of those, there are technical ones, commercial related ones, but also others which talk about the community and you know, things that would help and benefit the community and grow the community. So if you're interested in them, you can have a look at those online. We have other services, like we do a number of reports. We have an IXP report, a traffic report, and also we do benchmarking. That, of course, is just for the membership, but there is a benchmarking report that goes out once a year as well. If you're interested to hear the news from Internet exchange points, you can subscribe to our newsletter, and members, of course, are always welcome to join the mailing list where they can find out what's going on there as well. We run a number of tools, the Ixp Database, which is what Leo is going to be talking about shortly, the Peering Toolbox, which I'm going to give a brief explanation about. We have Fellowship and Mentor IX programs. We did some community work on root server large BGP communities, and we're also working on a new IXP film. Some of you may remember 15 years ago there was a film, The Internet Revealed, explaining what an IXP is and how it works. So we decided to do a new version of that. And typically during this session, what I do is I give a quick update on EuroIX, but also talk about some of the news from within the membership. So first up here, we have DKIX. The news from DKIX for this meeting is the introduction of EVPN, which they're planning to roll out in Q3. The IX API, which other Internet exchange points are also involved with, are working on a specification for version 3, and that's going to be focusing on monitoring and statistics. DKIX again have been busy and are setting up new Internet exchanges in Aqaba IX, and also watch out for Iraq IX. DKIX Phoenix is ready for service since March, so anyone looking to join an IX in Phoenix, you can speak to the DKIX team here. And the DKIX also, their Frankfurt IX peaked at 11 terabits, so congratulations on the traffic peak there. And the DKIX New York has topped 1 terabit of peak traffic. News from Interlan. Interlan currently has 125 ASNs connected. Their daily peak traffic is an average of 380 gigs. They have a black holing solution which was implemented in Q1, and they have completed their migration from Cisco to Arista in all their POPs. And they continue to commit to community projects like IXP Manager, Peering DB, and the Global NOG Alliance. So thank you for your support there, Interlan. Lttng, oh, that slide's gone a bit funny. To improve the service and to aid in preventing black hole solutions, Lttng now recommends to its members to use BFD on peering sessions on the root servers. And they've enabled it on all of their sessions. I see Michael there. Anybody interested in this topic, at the next EuroIX meeting, which I mentioned earlier, which is in Tampere next month, we are running a workshop on BFD on the Sunday. And you know, if anyone is interested in joining that, please come and speak to me, where Lttng is also presenting their implementation and their experiences of doing that. Last but not least, on the IXP update, INEX are celebrating 25 years of their internet exchange. So first of all, congratulations to INEX. They have released a photo competition, and this is for everybody in the peering community. You can access it through that URL, and the entries are open till the 1st of September. It's really a community, a bit of fun. You know, you don't need to be an expert photographer, and there are some really, really good prizes. The key is celebrating light, but of course, light can mean lots of different things to lots of different people. So, you know, there's some examples of some of the photos that have been submitted there. The Peering Toolbox. So this is one of the EuroIX projects. It's a new tool for the community. It's something that we're currently working on. And it's a community-focused project. It's the organizations that are currently involved are Lynx, NAP Africa, Kentic, and HEANet. The idea is to provide a learning structure and best practice information for new entrants. So for new people that are coming into the industry or learning about peering, you know, you can come to a RIPE meeting and you can hear all these wonderful presentations. But, you know, the question is, you know, where do you start? What do you need to know? Where do you go? Things like that. So the idea of the Peering Toolbox is to provide all that information in a structured format so that you can look at it and figure out where you are, what's useful to you, and use that as a tool. The toolbox will act as a reference and guide. We're not planning on writing all the content. We understand and we know that there is already a lot of really, really good content out there. So what we're doing is we're reaching out to people who have the content and that want to share it, and we can publish it on our site as part of the structure so that it helps people understand what they need to do when they start off in the industry. And now I'm going to quickly hand over to Leo, who's going to talk about the Ixp Database project.
Thank you. Can I have the clicker? Right, so Ixp Database is a database that provides automated information about IXPs, and it's provided by the IXPs. And this is an example of the kind of information that is currently shown in the current site. IXPs by connected AS numbers, newest IXPs in the database, and so on. This was really good when the Ixp database was much smaller, but the Ixp database is starting to outgrow this user interface. We have been working on some stuff because we have tools in the Ixp database current site, which are the tools that are available, but it would be great to have a wider range of tools and to support people who aren't able to use the API that is available to the Ixp database themselves because they don't have a tools team at their organization or they don't have the technical skills themselves. So we have been working on a new presentation platform. You can see that here we have well-structured data sets which have metadata are available describing each of the fields in the data set. Here we have an example of a tabular view of the data. You've got things on the left you can click to quickly filter, you can type in the box and you can go and do specific filters. You can also click on tabs and you can go and see charts which you can adjust dynamically. You can go and incorporate data from other databases. In this example, we've taken some data from Peering DB, which has geolocation coordinates for interconnection facilities, and we've matched it up with IXP switches that are in those facilities. You click on the pin tab, you get a little flag with information about the IXP. It's all highly configurable. Relatively easily. It's not so much that we've got to get developers to go and do stuff. We just need a little bit of user feedback. So at this point, we're about ready to go and turn on the pipeline of data that will go to the new platform, we need some people who would volunteer to give us a little bit of user feedback behind the scenes before we fully open it up. And so my request is, if there are people in this room who would be interested in taking a look behind the curtain and help with a little bit of feedback that will get us ready for new platform launch, please send me an email. It's leo@euro-ix.net, and I can give you that access so that you can help us out. Bijal.
Thank you, Leo. Finally, you can find other information about the Ixp database, the JSON schema, the API, and the website over there. And lastly, I just want to say a big thank you to the sponsors. So that's APNIC Foundation, ISOC, and LACNIC. If you would like to see this project go further and more work in this project, please contact us if you're interested in sponsoring. And that's it from me. Thank you.
Any questions for Bijal? You know the drill. Join the queue online and stand in front of a microphone. That's how it works. I'm sorry. I don't make the rules. Sorry. I do actually. Oh, wait, never mind. No questions. Thank you, Bijal.
Thank you.
All right. Then next up is Florian from Arista with an update on 400 gigs and beyond. Florian, go for it.
So, hi everyone. My name is Florian Hiebler from Arista. I'm part of the systems engineering team in Germany. And I just wanted to give you a brief outlook what's up and new with 100 gig, 400 gig transceivers and form factors. So let's start right into it. You've probably have seen, or a lot of you guys are probably using breakout optics nowadays with 400 gig to 100 gig. So what is the most common problem? Fat fingering during maintenances. So someone came up with this smart idea of a new connector called the SN connector, which is literally 4 individual fibers into one single optic, with the idea that you can easily pull out a single link at a given time. And this happens with this, you can see them there, this little black pull tabs. So even for probably a bit of a clumsy data center technician, it is still possible to plug or remove any given link. So that's one thing. Another thing which is pretty new to this, to the whole industry, let's say it like this, is the so-called SFP-DD, also known as SFP56DD, or DSFP. The standards are still a bit battling. What's new here? Pretty much it's 100 gig pluggable in an SFP form factor. So we have 50 gig on the electrical side, and we've already seen optics like SFP-DD, LR out there in the wild. Why are the two standards battling? So we have DSFP, which is mainly built around Asia and China, and then SFP-DD, which has more traction in the rest of the world. I think this will still kind of, well, we'll see where it goes. But if we talk about the RIPE region here, we're mostly talking about SFP-DD, so only one variant would be relevant for you. What does it actually stand for? So SFP-DD stands for SFP double density. We already know this from like the QSFP-DD. And the difference here is they're actually built differently on the electrical side as well. So the SFP-DD introduces a new row with additional connectors, while the DSFP is repurposing some lower speed pins to enable a second 50 gig SerDes. In addition to that, you can imagine if you buy an SFPDD system, you can't plug in an DSFP or vice versa. So they're not compatible with each other, but they're at least backwards compatible. So in an SFPDD port or in a DSFP port, you can still plug in 10, 25 or regular 50 gig SFPs. 50 gig you always see more in the data center than you see in the carrier world. Vice versa, then a 100 gig SFPDD or DSFP cannot be used in a regular SFP port. So, and overall, a little bit of an outlook, what's coming up after 400 gig? Well, the world is already talking about 800 gig, that's nothing new. But how could an optic look like? How could a transition path look like? Here we're looking at an OSFP optic in this case. And the idea is the first 800 gig optics to be 2 times 400 gig. So literally, as you can see on the left side, having 2 LC connectors on one OSFP optic because it actually provides the faceplate space for it, and just plug them in vertically. So you get 2 times 400 gig out of one 800 gig optic. The same for data center purposes with the optic on the right side. So just to give you an idea what it could be in theory. So you could have something like an 800 gig optic in your core. You could have a QSFP-DD optic in your access switches. They're fully compatible with each other on the optical side. So no problem there at all. And to close my brief lightning talk about the optics, a little bit of an outlook. What is even coming further down the road and what's actually going on with OSFP and QSFP-DD, how we see it so far as Arista and from our customer base. So a lot of people know me, I'm a big fan of OSFP. And for 400 gig, we're seeing by now approximately a 50-50 split in the market, while still the majority of the OSFP is deployed in hyperscalers. So with the DD and the backwards compatibility, this is what you usually see in the open router market. For 800 gig, we expect that the OSFP volume being shipped exceeds the QSFP-DD. There are various reasons for that. That's heat dissipation, it's MTBF, it's better cooling, it's power efficiency, it's longer reach optics. And so the thermal advantages of OSFP will become more critical at 800 gig and beyond. So if you're thinking about deploying a 400 gig network nowadays, always think if you want to be backwards compatible to 100 gig, or probably have an easier upgrade path to 800 gig and beyond with the OSFP, because that might also mean you don't need to change any fiber cabling. Looking even a bit further, we're already thinking about 1.6 terabit, and we see an unprecedented interest from the industry there. So if you look at the link below on the website, which puts you to the OSFP MSA, you can see that by now every major vendor in the world, you name them all, Cisco, Nokia, Juniper, all the optics vendors have joined the OSFP MSA now. This might not mean they're going to be using it for 800 gig, but for certainly they're going to use it for 1.6 tera for the OSFP XD, which is already being designed. So we're looking at another stable form factor for hopefully the next 10 years. And that already brings me to the end of my presentations. Do we have any questions?
Thank you. That was fast. Wow. So let's see. All right. I don't see anything online, so, and I don't see anyone here around. Well, that was amazing. Thank you very much, Florian. So So next up, we've got a lightning talk, and Max is going to present that for us. So the floor is yours, my friend.
Yes, thank you. Yes, so actually my name was not on the agenda, but in the interest of the Mediterranean Alliance, they sent someone Italian instead of a Greek. So Michalis, the original supposed to be presenting, the original person supposed to be presenting, together with John Suter, you can see that on the website, are coming up with this Ixp neutrality project, which is supposed to try to shed some light on how Ixps can be a little bit more neutral, or how that should be. I don't have any more details because it is still in the very early phases. And so you can check the website if you are interested in participating. Michalis and John are still looking for some help. They are receiving some help also, and you'll see that on the website from the Internet Society, because we like to see neutrality on the internet being a standard, something that happens. And if you want to know more, check the website, send an email to Michalis, because I guess many of you know him. And this is all I had to say. So in the interest of time, thank you very much.
Okay, so now we've got our next talk, and Remco is going to tell about our dev, I suspect. Oh.
Hello, everyone. Yes, I normally don't go and do presentations during my own working group, but I'm here at the insistence of my co-chairs. This is a presentation I've done at an RSNOG in November of last year. This is the summarized version of it. It's not an uplifting topic, but here's what got me started on this. You're now negotiating with a computer if you're a peering coordinator. How does that make you feel? If you're trying to sort out peering with Google, you have the friendly web interface that will say yay or nay, and you might be able to shoot in a ticket if you disagree with the outcome. And that's getting more and more common because people are trying to make it scale. Hi, Florence. So what's the evolution here? I mean, peering coordinator, it seems to almost be a bit of a dying art. There's large-scale consolidation happening both on the ISP and the content side, and the job openings that are now showing up are either at completely new companies or trying to make an inroad or actually have a strategic negotiator level position. And the actual number of people here in this room has not increased with traffic. So either we're really good at scaling or really poor at planning. So an interconnection decisions used to be like beers and mates and having a drink, and you know what, we'll run a cable together and that's it. But that's now sort of become a strategic decision for a lot of companies. And instead of like, hey, we're both on this exchange, let's peer, you're now having conversations like, please give us free space and power across your entire footprint and we'll put it in some caches, right? Some companies haven't had the peering coordinator position for half a decade by now. And what else is going on is the tragedy of least cost. I mean, only the largest access networks are now making money on the interconnection. They try to claim differently, but the SLA of the transit provider you're buying from mostly covers availability and congestion, and they're usually trying to solve for traffic volume and not so much for performance, because they're not really interested. And to make all of that worse, COVID came. And COVID kicked it really forward because traffic volume is mostly a solved problem, unless you're in Italy and your Netflix got downgraded. And it's usually cheap. But online collaboration is not so much about traffic volume. You can't really cache a Microsoft Teams meeting. Well, actually you could. I mean, can you hear me now? But it's not how that works. And you're seeing this massive transition from people just consuming YouTube to producing content, because that's what you do when you join the Zoom call, when you're in Teams or whatever. And all of a sudden your upstream quality, which is sort of an afterthought in a lot of topologies, is now becoming really important. And making things worse again for access ISPs, all of the traffic is moving from the nice observable protocols that you can optimize to all sorts of low latency encrypted stuff, quick, for example. And then for the applications, what you're seeing is round trip criteria are becoming more commonplace. 50 milliseconds round trip for online games to function is not entirely uncommon. And if you look at stuff like the remote gaming like Google Stadia, or I mean, there's like the 10 others, the metaverse, sub 20 milliseconds is coming. And how do you do that? So the Internet of Services. So you need to identifying what piece of your interconnection, how you connect to the rest of the world, which one is underperforming is getting harder, because it's no longer about congestion. And you get more and more diversity. There's more and more exchanges popping up. There's more and more data centers. Your content is getting closer to the edge, which means there's more places where it appears from. And to make things worse still, your end user experience is only partly determined by the initial traffic destination. It's okay. It's nice if you have like a front end to Cloudflare that is accessible within 2 milliseconds. But if the back end of that ends up in AWS US East 1, that's going to be disappointing for most of the world. And I was in a hotel in Dubai a month ago, and the portal I needed to use to log into the Wi-Fi was a bit buggy and slow. And I was sort of started to pay attention to the DNS names that scroll by. And I figured out that in order to log into the Wi-Fi in Dubai, AWS US East 1 was involved. Kind of disappointing. And then we move on. Right? How much do you actually know about your own network? Well, you probably know a lot. I mean, you should. It's your job. You know, you have your network monitoring, you have a bunch of flow analysis, you have interface statistics. If you're an ISP, you probably know something about your top talkers, your loudest customers. Not much do you know about the destination networks. I mean, yeah, you know which direction you're sending traffic for them. You probably also even know where the traffic is coming from if you get it from them. Beyond that, you don't really know all that much. So really, from moving on from like the olden days of let's just get some capacity and we're all good, we're going to shift to from a volume-based approach to a value-based approach. So having great Netflix experience or my YouTube streaming in, that's all very nice. But if Teams no longer works, and I mean, I've had 2 kids doing homeschooling on Teams, if that breaks, not just the school has a problem, I have a problem as well. If Roblox doesn't work, your social media team is going to have a really bad day. Your enterprise customers are going to walk away if they don't get access to Oracle. So what do you have in goals? What does the business want the network to deliver? And this is something that I think we all need to start thinking about or sort of evolve the way we do this around. So it's no longer about just adjacencies. It's also about traffic. It's also about the key applications. What are people actually using my network for? And how can I make sure that their end user experience is optimized? How do I keep people happy running Teams even though they have to use Teams? So cloud providers are taking more and more of this load. You need to have like them reachable to under 50 milliseconds. Your packet loss needs to be under a very minimal number. So you pull all of that together and you look at what are the components of end user performance. Latency and jitter, those are pretty standard. PAF, BGP, trace routes, you know. And DNS, time to first answer, black holes. DNS is actually also pretty good at black holes, recursive servers. So let's just briefly go through some of them. As I said, this is actually a summary of a far longer presentation. If you look at the keynote file that is on the archive, you'll see a whole bunch of hidden slides you're welcome to have a look at. What does latency look like? Well, so here's an interesting thing. This is from a country in Southeastern Europe. And this is the traffic pattern over 2 weeks. And there's an interesting thing here because this is a network that would normally not be seen as congested because none of your interconnection links are full. And the bottom pink purple line is your average response time. And that's all looking pretty decent. It's all less than 50 milliseconds. There's no great variations for time of day or anything. But if you actually start looking at, so that's the 50 percentile, this is the average. But what if you're looking at 70 percentile? What is the 90 percentile? What is the worst 10% that my customers are getting? And all of a sudden, latency shows up, congestion shows up. And this is not congestion that you're going to find by looking at your interface statistics, because this is the congestion that's hidden in the buffers of your expensive Junipers. But this is congestion that your customers still experience. Even in congestion, you see all the peaks happen every 24 hours. Yeah. I should have taken this up. Let's make it worse, measuring DNS. I'm not going to spend too much time on this because Jeff Houston did an excellent presentation in Right for 83 about the DNS cloud. I think, why is DNS now important for you as a peering coordinator? DNS has become the service directory. It is no longer about who's YouTube, but who's YouTube for this particular customer in Southeast London is what it's now about. And the DNS outcomes vary greatly on which DNS resolver your customer is using. And bear in mind that even well-configured DNS setups, the success rate of them is only 98%. Don't take my word for it. This is actually a number that came from my friend Bert Hubert, who apparently knows a little bit about DNS. And any wrong answers here can completely eliminate any network optimization you've tried. So DNS caching is a bit of a double-edged sword. And to make things even more painful, we now have all these external DNS providers, Quad8, Google, Cloudflare, Bot9, any number of them. And they're all trying to optimize the result for your clients. But there's also other people trying to optimize traffic in a different way because they know that people within this /25 are in this particular suburb, and that means that this node should be used. But then if you have like a resolver cache that doesn't know about this and just bluntly goes, oh, YouTube, that's in Italy, you're done. So brief conclusions, interconnections no longer just about volumes and next hops. Applications are moving to the cloud, and they require a completely different approach to how you optimize their delivery. The only way to get any of this done in a scalable way is automation, which means that we should probably find another reason to go and have beers with each other. And the things you're currently measuring on your network are not telling the whole story. I know this is a very compressed. I hope this has piqued your interest. I would definitely love to take this discussion forward at a next working group. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions, so that will be for the next one. So now we're getting to the end of our working group session. So thank you all for being here. We don't know yet where we're going to be on the next meeting, but we hope that we will see you all there and that Florence can join us maybe on the next time. And beside that, I wish you all a really good lunch. And please remember to rate the talk. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am, well, welcome everyone. This is for the in-person version of, that didn't work well, did it? Nothing's happening when I'm pressing here. Hey, there we go. Your all-time favorite working group, of course. Welcome to the RIPE NCC Services Working Group. I'm Curtis Lindquist. I'm one of the 3 co-chairs together with Bijal Sangani and Rob Evans on the front row. And this is a reminder that for those of you who haven't been here before, that we have the presentations in here that's going to follow by Hans Petter and the update on the NCC is actually forms part of the GM as well, but they're given here so that all RIPE participants can see them. However, sort of straight after this, we will go into the GM. Then we're going to ask you to leave the room, and we ask only those who registered for the GM to come back in. If you have registered for the GM but haven't yet gotten your little GM sticker, this would be your last chance to run out to registration desk and get them. And the rest of us will promise not to laugh at those who runs. So that's just to explain that's part of the GM. So a little bit of admin. That's the agenda for today as posted sometime last week. So we're going to do this admin part. Then it's the NCC update by Hans Petter, who, as I said, forms part of the GM together with the operations update. And then Athena will give an update on the sanctions, and Kaveh is going to give a technology update. And then we have a very short open microphone session, and we then go to the GM. So on the administrative matters, welcome again. Actually, I got glasses since last time, so that's how long this pandemic was. So we have a scribe, which is what to describe this. It's cool, I guess. Sorry. Agenda. I don't think there's any other additions to the agenda. No. And the minutes from the last RIPE meeting, but if I read there, I can actually read. Were shared on January 1st. Any comments on the minutes? We had none on the mailing list, so hearing nothing, minutes are approved. And then we have one last thing we as chairs want to bring up. So in at the next RIPE meeting, there is Rob's time as co-chair is up for well, reselection. I don't know what you call it again. His seat is up for selection, not Rob necessarily. And we have had a very thin candidate field the last few times we have done this, to put it mildly. And we as co-chairs would really like to see a bit more interest. And I have actually been the co-chair of RIPE NCC Services since it was founded in 2003. So when next time, please re-elect Rob. But when it's my turn after him, then I'd like to have someone else to. No, but on a serious note, we would like to have some more candidates for this. If you do want to find out more what it means, the work involved, workload, etc., please come and talk to us during the RIPE meeting here, or send us an email afterwards. And please consider standing for not just the NCC Services Working Group chairs, but for any of the chair positions, because that's a sign of a healthy community to some extent. So please do that. With that, we are on to Hans Petter, who's the next on the agenda, and I have 46 seconds to spare.
Thank you, Curtis. So my name is Hans Petter Holen, Managing Director of the RIPE NCC for 2 years and 18 days now. The mission of the RIPE NCC is to be an authority of unique internet number resources. We enable people, that's you, to operate and develop the internet. So unique numbers, the registry, the RAR, that's one of the bits of our mission. The other part is to be a secretariat for the RIPE community. The RIPE community formed us, the RIPE NCC. We're a trusted steward of the open, inclusive, collaborative internet model, engaging with and connecting people and communities. And in addition to this, we also do other projects and act as a neutral source of information and knowledge. We actively contribute to the stability and evolution of the internet. We have published the 2021 annual report and 2021 financial report. The financial report have been audited by our external auditors and approved by the executive board for publication. Formally they will be approved in the GM later today, I presume. The highlights from this report is stats on internet number, resources, allocations and transfers, updates on our services, and an overview of our public policy consultations, in addition to tracking commitments from the 2021 activity plan and budget. So we try to look back at what we plan to do and report on how we have succeeded with that. What have we been working on since the last meeting? All of you know that there is a war going on. The RIPE NCC Executive Board met and updated the resolution from 2014 on provision of critical services. And here they have made it quite clear that the means to communicate should not be affected by domestic political disputes, international conflicts, or even war. And you can read the full resolution on the website. We also had a request from the Ukrainian government to deregister Russian IP addresses. And the response to that is that this is unlikely to have immediate impact of the interconnection of traffic in Russia, but could have unpredictable consequences in terms of harming the global coordination that is necessary for stable internet operations. Basically, we're registering resources. We don't have the authority or the power to stop traffic. So we believe that it is important that the registry stays correct so that you can figure out who is using the address, even if you don't like the use of the addresses or what they're used for. So that's the core of what we're doing, and it's really important to us that we stick to that mission. We have informed Ukrainian and Russian members that they do not risk closure if they cannot pay their invoices on time. The reasoning is slightly different for Ukraine and Russian. In Ukraine, they are focused on surviving and staying away from bombs and rebuilding infrastructure, as you saw in the keynote on Monday. The community is doing a great job there to help. In Russia, the problem for some of the members we anticipated was that the banks were under sanctions. We have, however, seen that Russian members are indeed able to pay, so we do believe that it should be less of a problem for Russian members than we thought. An open internet still remains a goal. The RIPE NCC has spent the past 30 years working to support a stable internet. We cannot take or support any measures that risk undermining the internet's technical foundations. I published a blog post on that topic, and you can read in more detail what's behind our thinking there. And we have spent quite some time on tracking all development relating to Ukraine and Russia and collected them on one page. So if you want to follow our development in this area, please have a look here. In addition to this, my colleague Emil presented on Monday, I believe, quite a lot of research that's been done in how the internet in Ukraine and Russia is working right now. And the short version of this is really that the internet has remained fairly stable in both countries. If you want to read more about this, you can see the Labs articles on the Ukrainian internet, the resilience of the internet in Ukraine, and how Russia is connected to the wider internet. And the source of this data comes from the services we run, like RIS, like Atlas, and other measurement services that measures traffic and what's happening in the internet. Prior to this, actually started before I joined as managing directors, there was an increasing worry that national or regional legislations in our service region made it increasingly difficult for us and has the potential to affect our operations. Mitigation of the risk of disproportionate orders from law enforcement authorities from a single jurisdiction. We have been investigating changes to our corporate structure to mitigate these risks. But then when we had a blueprint on the table for discussion, the war happened and we basically have to start from scratch again because the world is now even more complicated than it was before. Recent changes in geopolitics legislation has been fast and unpredictable, but once we have something that's worth discussing after having run this by the board, we will of course consult with the RIPE community before we make any changes to our governance structure. The registry, and Felipe will talk about that after I've finished. We see that the number of transfers has declined compared to last year, and the number of LIR applications also declined after a peak around November last year. The workload remains high due to sanctions compliance. We have automated a lot of that, as Felipe will talk about, but I naively said a couple of months ago that once we have gotten the alerts, we can in a couple of days determine the current state. That is so far from true, because we need to do in-depth legal analysis of the facts around the members before we can make determinations. And Tina will talk more about that later on. The number of LIRs on the IPv4 waiting list is currently 827, and the presentation in the address policy working group this morning, Marco shared that this is around 1.5 year waiting list before you can expect some numbers here. Sanctions compliance represents a significant increase in our workload. Fresh sanctions against Russia are being issued regularly. We have automated, as I mentioned, but all potential cases are treated as if there were sanctions, so we don't risk violating the sanctions, because ultimately that's a criminal offense in the Netherlands, and I could end up in jail, or board members could end up in jail if we on purpose violate sanctions. No, that is not very likely with what we have in place, but we need to be on the safe side in this balance. But as said in the previous board resolutions, we still want the internet running and we want people to be able to communicate. We have recently published some articles on RIPE Labs regarding this, so you can have a look at that. And also the quarterly sanctions transparency report has some numbers on the details there, so you can see what we're up against with the number of detections and how much we've been able to process so far. (2022) invoicing. We're a membership organization. We need you all to pay the membership fee for us to pay our expenses. But we've had difficulties with our bank when invoicing members in Syria and Iran. Now, this is not related to sanctions. We're allowed to receive money from Syria and Iran, but our banks in the Netherlands don't want to see any funds from these countries. So we have withheld invoicing members in these countries until we are certain that their payments can be accepted. So we're looking into finding other banks that can actually accept transfer from Syria and Iran. We have also told Ukrainian and Russian members that they will not be closed if they cannot pay their invoices on time. So technically, we are not waiving the payments, but we are extending the payment terms for 1 year at a time. We haven't sorted out all the technical details on how we will do that yet, but that is the idea on how we will handle this. So just to be clear here, we may delay invoicing or grant extensions, but all members have the same payment obligations and must eventually pay the full amount. And this is to be in compliance with the Article Association and the charging scheme. We have some services like BGP Play that has now been integrated with the new RIPEStat user interface. Simpler, cleaner, better organization of options, and the options are saved across sessions, so you don't have to pick them every time. So have a look at this and give us feedback on what you think. We've made some internet country reports: Bulgaria, Moldova, Romania. Key findings there is that all 3 countries have a healthy market composition and high-speed, low-cost internet access. Romania is the biggest exporter of IPv4 addresses in our service region. Didn't quite know that was an industry, but anyway. Despite the large amount of IPv6, Bulgaria and Moldova has a low IPv6 capability rates and good amounts of interconnection and diverse array of upstream providers in these countries. By request from our Swedish members, we have made an internet country report for IPv6 in Sweden. And Sweden has an unusually large amount of IPv4 for its population, which likely contributes to its low IPv6 deployment rates. The country's top internet service providers vary greatly in terms of V6 capability. Even the top V6 provider lags behind the world's average. There's a good level of interconnection between Sweden's networks, both over V4 and V6, resulting in healthy redundancy. And if you've been out watching the stands here, you know that the interconnect point in Sweden is one of the most advanced in at least in Northern Europe. So you can talk to them about how they manage that part. Domestic traffic paths tend to stay local over V6 and slightly less over V4. Now, as a Norwegian, and Norwegians always compete with Swedes, we are better than Sweden in at least one area. We have a higher rate of V6 deployment. Yay. I don't think the Norwegian Defense Department has a Class A. The Swedish one may, but that's classified. We do some face-to-face courses again, but we still continue with e-learning and webinars. But we're so glad to be able to travel and actually meet with members and do face-to-face training. It gives the opportunity for dialogue to a different level than when we do this through Zoom. But you also have the opportunity to do this asynchronously with our e-learning. We have a new exam and e-learning course in the makings, BGP security, and if you're interested, you can already now pre-register to get updates. We have set up pilot partnership now with Dutch government and the regulator in Iraq to combine IPv6 training and certification. Have a look here if you're interested in formally documenting some of your knowledge in these areas. RIPE Labs is kind of our publication magazine where not only RIPE and CC staff, but all of you can publish ideas and research and pieces of interest to the wider community. The winner of the first RIPE Labs article competition has been announced, Pavlov Semberis, and the runner-ups, Stefan Botsmeyer and Christian Weingel, are here at RIPE 84. And there are no even podcasts at RIPE Labs, so you can listen to them when you're traveling to work or cycling or jogging. And you also find those on your favorite podcast platforms. We have a community project fund, 250,000 euros each year to support projects that work for the good of the internet. Our next call for applications will be out in June. But right now, we're looking for volunteers to join the selection committee, and please apply before 27th of May if you want to be on the committee selecting the projects. If you're interested in working with the RIPE NCC, we have a number of open positions, so please have a look at this. And if you may not be interested, if some of your friends or colleagues are, feel free to pass this on. And there may be more openings here in the future. With me to manage the RIPE NCC, I have a management team of Felipe, my Chief Operations Officer, managing the registry and software engineering. Kaveh is the Chief Information Officer, managing IT and information services. Hisham is our Chief Community Officer, managing, well, meetings like this, training, public policy and internet governance, and so on. And I'm really happy to announce that I have hired a Chief Information Security Officer that will join us on 1st of July. And her name is Eleonora Petridou. She's from Greece. She's working in Amsterdam now. And I'm really looking forward to get her on board to raise the level of security innovation even into the management team. Athena, as you know from many years, is our Chief Legal Officer. Caroline, our HR Director, is also here. Simon Jan keeps track on our finances, and Regina, our facilities. And to keep track on the executive board and on me managing this team, Daniela is my executive assistant, and she's also here, and you may have seen her already at the registration desk. Once upon a RIPE meeting, and this is where I think I need help, because I was not here at RIPE 1, so maybe Daniel could come up and help me a bit with this. And you're getting a microphone as well, because you may want to say something, right? So the minutes of RIPE 1 begin with the demand for IP connections in Europe is growing rapidly. And I actually read your first annual report, and I saw that you handed out in the range of 39.5/24 the first year or something. So that's kind of amazing deployment, right? Traveling back in time, and this is where I need help, because who are the people on this picture?
Well, I don't know the guy in the middle. To the left is Martin Terpstra, the first network engineer at the RIPE NCC. To the right is Tony Bates, who was working on a project called Pride, if I remember correctly. And this was about policy routing implementation and deployment in Europe. You could call it the predecessor of RPKI. And last but not least, in the middle is Anne Lord, who was the first hostmaster, IP resource analyst. So this is the core team, the first 4 people.
So as you may see, the picture was from 1993, but RIPE NCC actually started 30 years ago. And I guess this might be your first offices?
No, I think that was a conference somewhere.
That was a conference somewhere, yeah. And in 1994, the team is growing.
Yeah, the team is growing, and there's actually the 5th person is actually missing from the picture. So you see the same 4 people on the left, and then there is Gert-Jan de Groot, also known as the network police, because he had a very interesting policy that he didn't clear with his boss, which was any patch cable that wasn't on a certain list would be removed from the patch panels without warning. That worked.
That sounds like a really good policy.
And to the right is our first intern, Geza Truciani from Budapest. He was as an intern. I don't know this guy.
And that's if you look at the technology here, some of you may not even have seen this, right?
Yeah.
Before computers, we had plastic on overheads.
Service providers need to decide whether they want the routing registry maintained. Wow.
And also good stuff needs to be found. So this was a recruitment
oh yeah.
call.
Well, what has changed?
Exactly. 1996, slightly bigger team.
Oh yes. Well, do you want me to name all of them?
No, we can move ahead.
But the person on the bottom line, can you go back now? This is challenging. So some of you might recognize the person on the bottom, second from the left, who is now the chair of RIPE. And the person, or the third from the left, is René Wilhelm, who is the second oldest still serving staff member of the RIPE NCC. And the others are all splendid people.
And here we're into real engineering. I think it's a Swede on the left.
Yeah, there's a Swede on the left, and the root server, a root server, ROOT, K root box in the middle.
Yeah, with Lehman, it has to be DNS.
Yeah, Lehman has to be DNS, yes. Yeah, that was a little later. The interesting thing on this one is, first of all, it's in color. And then the person in the bottom right is our coffee lady. So we used to have coffee ladies at the RIPE NCC who were, the only job requirement was that they needed to be able to speak to engineers and get them to clean up their desks, especially the food items on the desks. And the other job requirement was to be retired, because that helped. And it also had a nice implication for us for taxes.
Sounds great. To conclude.
Oh yeah, all my presentations ended always with "it is still fun," and I have to say it still is, just a different kind.
It is really. And at this point, I will have to share with you that Daniel haven't seen these slides before, and I just dragged him up here. I sent him a message half an hour before they started, and Daniel, I need some help with the slides, and he's been all over the place trying to figure out what did I mean by that. And he tried to download the slides from the website, but they were not there either. So the reason I brought you up here, Daniel, is that the RIPE NCC is 30 years this year, and to celebrate RIPE NCC, we also have to celebrate you, because you have been with the RIPE NCC for 30 years. So I wanted to congratulate you with the first 30 years. It may not be another 30 years, but hopefully still some to go.
I was slightly afraid that you were going to sack me right here and saying that 30 years is too long.
If you look at the photographer, and we can get a nice picture here. This is a nice plaque to sort of give you a small memory. Daniel Karenberg, dear Daniel, after 30 years, it's still fun. Thank you for everything, your colleagues at the RIPE NCC.
Well, the only thing that is left for me to say is to thank all the people who have ever worked at the RIPE NCC. This success is theirs, not mine.
That's very modest, Daniel. Thank you. And that was actually my last slide. So unless there are any questions, back to the chair, Curtis. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Hans-Petter. And Daniel, thank you from me as well. I haven't been here for 30 years, but I've known you for quite a long time as well. Any questions for Hans-Petter before he goes too far off? Apparently, yes, there's one question in the room. There you go. Hans-Petter, is a...
Hello? Oh, yes. So I guess it's not as of a question really, but oh, sorry, right. I should state my. I'm Cynthia Rjöström. Yeah. So it's mostly to say that I'm really happy that the weird project called Pride was mentioned again, because I tried to look up what that was when I randomly saw it on RIPE's FTP server in 2019. And it just had a note in the README saying something along the lines of ancient history, ask DFK if you're really interested. So I'm happy to see it mentioned again.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. We have one other question, Carsten.
Yeah. Thank you. Carsten Schiefner, Internet Citizen. I just wonder, what are the reasons for the Dutch banks to not accept any money coming from Syria and or Iran? Because obviously there are no... is that it?
There will be a 3-hour lecture on that at 2200 together with the BOF later on.
Lovely, thank you.
On the more serious notes, there are sanctions, and there are multiple types of sanctions. Some sanctions apply to us, different sanctions may apply to the banks.
Okay.
There are anti-money laundering laws. Mm-hmm. Some areas in the world have different levels of transparency. Yeah. So you may think of Seychelles or areas like that, where banks may be not too happy to see large transfer of funds from them. Now, both Syria and Iran are classified as very high-risk countries in this anti-money laundering framework. So Dutch banks do not want to receive money from these countries unless this is a very big and large client, and we're not, right? Okay. So they are very cranky about that. There are other countries that they're skeptical about, but then it's possible. But then receiving money from these yellow countries, mm-hmm, or orange countries just puts us under scrutiny. But our main bank has said clearly that if you want to continue receiving money from Iran and Syria, we do not want you as a customer.
Okay, so this is really up to their own respective discretion and not imposed by them onto them by, say, the Dutch authorities or anything.
That is a very good question, but you have to ask the banks that question, because I can just speculate that there has been some cases in the press that has increased some of the banks' focus on this area, because they may have stepped wrong in other cases, and then they have increased their compliance significantly, and then looked at us and saying that this doesn't look good, we would like that. No, we do have other options, and we're looking into them, and as soon as we are confident that we can move ahead with receiving money in a compliant and safe way that does not look like evasion of any laws or rules, then we will inform about that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And I think that's it. Thank you, Hans-Petter.
Thank you.
Next up then is Felipe with the operational update.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's really nice to see you all face to face again. My name is Felipe. I'm the Chief Operations Officer at the RIPE-NCC, and this is the RIPE-NCC operational update. I would like to start by sharing some ticket statistics and how do we measure success. The first numbers I would like to start sharing is the number of policy transfer tickets over time. We have seen a trend over the last few years in which every year we had more transfer tickets than the years before. You can see clearly this in this chart. At the beginning of this year, this trend has stopped. So now we're basically back to levels we have seen a couple of years ago. So that's the gray line in the right side of the chart. Now I'd like to share some numbers concerning new LR applications. So this is the number of new LR applications over the last 12 years or so. What you can see here is a couple of peaks. The first one was around 2019, where it was related to the IPv4 runout. And the last one we observed last year. And in both cases, we had more than 500-600 new LR applications per month. So that was pretty tough on our staff. Since the beginning of this year, this trend has also stopped, and we expect this trend basically to continue throughout the year. And that's most related to the fact that now we have a waiting list for /24. And as Hans-Petter mentioned and Marco mentioned this morning, there is a waiting time of at least 1.5 years until, if you join the waiting list now, that's how much time we expect it's going to take until you get the /24. So going forward, I'm sharing now the percentage of tickets that we respond within 1 business day. Within the RIPE-NCC, we have the target to respond to all tickets within 1 business day. We find that sometimes challenging to achieve because of fluctuations in the workload. And it also might not be the right target because in the end of the day, we want to minimize the ticket lead time, so the completion time for the ticket, and not necessarily that we respond to all tickets every day. So our sweet spot is around 95% of all tickets, but we find that if you go below 90%, the work tends to accumulate. So that's why I flag it in red. So what you can see in this chart is that at the beginning of last year, we're struggling with workload. I have reported about that in the last services working group, explained the causes. It was most related to the new LR applications that I have just shown, and also to a very high number of transfer tickets. The situation has normalized by Q4 last year. Beginning of this year, it was looking pretty nice, actually. You can see it was all green. But then in March, the numbers went down again. If you think about the timeline, well, that's related to the war in Ukraine. We had received a high number of queries about billing, about invoices, members from Ukraine, members from Russia. And also compliance efforts. And I'm going to talk more about that later today. So going forward, ticket lead time. So that's a complete time from the moment of submission to the moment the ticket is completely resolved. There's a couple of things I would like to highlight in this chart. The first part is the black area. So this is the kind of long-standing tickets, take more than 15 weeks to be resolved. You can see that in the first quarter of 2021, so that's on that side of the chart, the numbers look much worse than in this side of the chart. So it's less than half reduction in this long-standing tickets. And that was due to a project that we ran early last year. The other point I'd like to highlight is on the green area. That's a bit harder to see just on the chart, so you have to believe me. So these are the tickets that we solved very quickly within a couple of days. And there's an increase in 10% if you compare Q1 this year with Q1 last year. So in other words, we're resolving tickets faster than 1 year ago. Going forward, membership satisfaction. We have started measuring membership satisfaction in March this year as a pilot. We're using a couple of metrics that are used in the industry. The first one is customer effort score. The second one is a net promoter score, so NPS. In a nutshell, customer effort score measures how difficult it is to perform a certain task. And NPS is typically used as an indicator for customer loyalty. So it more measures the strength of the brand itself. And the idea is that we roll out across all the RIPE&CC services once this pilot is complete. So I'd like to share some numbers now about this measurement, starting with customer effort score. So this is the question that we ask in the survey: to what extent do you agree with or disagree with this statement? The RIPE&CC made it easy to handle my issue. So the scores go from 1 to 7, where 7 you strongly agree with this statement, 1 you strongly disagree. In other words, the higher the score, the better. We're measuring these cues over there. And any score above 5 is considered to be a good score. So yeah, you can see an average of 6.5 is actually a pretty good score. Going forward, NPS now. So this is the question that we ask: how likely are you to speak highly of the RIPE&CC to your friends and colleagues? The scores go from 0 to 10, where 10 you strongly agree, 0 you strongly disagree. 10 and 9 are considered promoters. From 0 to 6 are considered detractors. And then you calculate this score by calculating the percentage of promoters minus the percentage of detractors. So basically, if you have 0, you have the same amount of promoters and detractors. Anything above that is a good score, so you have more promoters than detractors. Anything above 50 is considered an excellent score, and anything above 80 is considered world-class. So I'm very happy to report that we got 79.02 based on 305 responses. I think that's a nice compliment for my colleagues at the RIPE&CC. So to summarize the first part of my presentation, don't worry, still have more slides to go. The number of transfer tickets have declined when you compare to the last few years. The same is happening to the number of new LR applications. So I have this couple of peaks, and now the situation is basically going back to the same levels as we had like 5-6 years ago. Unfortunately, the workload remains very high, and that's mostly due to sanction compliance. And that's what I'm going to talk about next. And finally, according to our initial measurements, our members seems to be satisfied with our services. However, the biggest value in running surveys like this is actually on the low scores. So you can follow up with a member, see what went wrong, and then fix the root cause so we don't make the same mistakes again. So now going forward, talking about compliance, European Union sanctions and their impact. My colleague Atina is going to give a whole presentation just about sanctions soon after mine. So you might want to hold your questions to her presentation. However, I'm happy to take questions on that as well. So just a quick recap. The RIPE&CC uses a couple of tools for sanction compliance. First one is Dun & Bradstreet. Second one is Dow Jones. These tools provide automatic monitoring for sanction compliance. So this means that every time there is a new sanction package, so European Union issues a new sanction package, so the sanction list is updated. We receive a notification a few days after that, typically between 1 week and 2 weeks after there is the update. So once you receive the alert, then the actual work starts. So they have to perform an extensive investigation before you can actually flag a certain member as sanctioned. This investigation involves many people across the RIPE NCC, legal, investigations team, and sometimes an external legal advisor. And the whole process can take several weeks and take a lot of work. So with that in mind, I would like to share the sanction transparency report. We start producing that in Q4 last year. And the idea behind it is to provide a transparency on how sanctions are affecting our members, end users, and legacy holders. So I included a link there to the actual report and compare it to the last time we published the report, which was Q1 this year. There are 2 additions to this list, which is a couple of members from Russia. So on top of that, we have a very large number of potential matches that requires this manual investigation by the RIPE NCC. And as Hans-Peter just explained, we need to treat those potential matches as though they're sanctioned until we can prove otherwise. So we have currently 766 alerts. Half of those we didn't start investigating yet. 173 are currently under investigation. And we have cleared 227 of those either as false positives or that the sanctions are not applicable to the RIPE NCC. And then the 4 you can see there are basically the 4 that I had just shown in the previous slide. So going forward, soft engineering, I'm talking about SSO and RPKI. So we're starting with SSO in our project to modernize RIPE NCC Access. RIPE NCC Access is our identity management system. It runs on top of a product from Atlassian that's called Crowd Data Center. And plus we have built a heavy homegrown layer on top of it. This solution has a number of limitations. The most important one is that this product is being phased out by Atlassian. And they have a cloud version as well, so it could either move to this cloud version or to go to another product, or more likely going to do the latter. The crowd also has other limitations, like it lacks some modern 2-factor authentication features, U2F, biometrics, and so on, or secure integration methods like OAuth 2.0. This means that if you want to support those features, we have to implement that ourselves. And finally, this homegrown layer is pretty old and have large amount of technical debt. So what they're proposing basically is to replace Crowd and do a ground-up rewrite of this homegrown layer. So I want to pick a modern IDM engine and write a very thin integration layer on top. Some requirements for this IDM engine are first to be secure and also to include most of the features that are asked by our community out of the box, so that we don't have to write all this custom code ourselves. We're currently assessing different vendors, and we should be done with this project before the end of the year. Now I'd like to talk about RPKI and start with our strategic objectives for 2022. First one is to operate a highly resilient and consistent RPKI trust anchor and repositories. Second one is to ensure that the RPKI trust anchor is secure, transparent, and externally auditable. And finally, to ensure that our members have a world-class experience with RPKI services. So now I'm going to go through each one of these strategic goals. Starting with resiliency and consistency, we have scaled up our RDP repositories. Before we were running them on AWS. Now we moved to on-prem on a couple of data centers in Amsterdam. And on top of that, we made improvements by using 2 different CDN providers. So that's Cloudflare and i3d.net. And the idea is that we alternate between these 2 CDNs every so often. We're currently reviewing this architecture and deciding whether we need to do further improvements. And we are taking into account requirements both from RDP and also from rsync. On top of that, we're implementing a number of improvements in monitoring, test environments, measurements, and so on. And my colleague Misha is going to give a presentation tomorrow in a routing working group explaining more about all of that. So I invite you all to join. Now talking about security and transparency, RPKI Core was open sourced early this year. My colleague Bart gave a really nice presentation today in open source working group. So in case you missed, I highly recommend you to watch the recording. I think it was a very nice presentation. On top of that, we have been working on a control framework based on the standard ISAE 3000. I have reported about that in the last services working group, so I won't bore you with all the details again. What we're doing currently is basically doing an audit on this control framework by a different party that helped us to create the control framework. And the idea here is that we might also be looking to different control frameworks as well, things like ISO 27001. We want to make sure that all these control frameworks, they're operating nicely with each other. We don't have overlaps and so on. And also to streamline this list of controls. Their initial assessment is that probably it's too long, so I want to make it a little bit smaller. Once that step is completed, then next year we're going to do an audit in the RIPE-NCC and make sure that we are compliant with this control framework that we created. And finally, we're planning to perform a red team testing this year. So it's all range. It should happen at any moment. And finally, this is my last slide. World-class experience with RPKI services. This is all about implementing different RFCs from the ITF. First one is a publishing parent. So this is for organizations that are running their own CA, so running delegated RPKI. However, they don't want to go to the hassle of maintaining the repositories themselves, so they can choose to publish in the RIPE-NCC repositories. And we believe that this step will help to improve the resiliency of the whole ecosystem. We're also implementing a pilot for ASPA support. So ASPA is a draft in the ITF. And this is basically the next step for RPKI. So now we have origin validation. So you can validate whether a certain prefix can be originated by a certain network. So this is about path validation. So it's about describing the relations between the different ASs. And finally, we want to review and improve our RPKI dashboard. So that's basically it, what I have to share. Can open the floor for questions now.
Thank you. Any questions for Philip? Oh, behind me. Elvis, I think is online.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Hi, Felipe, and everyone. So, Felipe, if you could go back to the slide, I think 2 or 3, the one that was showing the number of tickets that are processed monthly.
This one, I
There we
believe.
go. So, yeah. So I want to say that last year I was quite rough on the NTC, and I'd like to applaud you this time. You're showing a lot of improvement, and the service level are getting to a very acceptable level. That's one thing. Second thing I wanted to mention was that I'd also like to applaud the introduction of the several APIs in the LR portal. I noticed that you haven't mentioned much about it, but this also comes with a small request. I'd like to ask you to analyze if there's a possibility to introduce an API for transfers requests as well. Right now, there are APIs for requests of resources and several other options, but yeah, a request from me is if you could analyze if there's any possibility to introduce that as well. And lastly, the ticketing system introduction in the LR portal. While it's not ideal, it's much better than what we had before. So once again, good job there too.
Well, thanks, Elvis. I really appreciate the compliments. Yeah, about your suggestion for the API, what I would ask is to actually send an email to services so we can actually add that to our quarterly roadmap so you can also prioritize against other requests from the community. But yeah,
Okay.
thanks very much.
Thank you. Obviously, Cynthia was next.
Yes. Hello. Yes, I'm Cynthia Risham, and my question, or not question, but more like feedback would be that I do feel like it's a the much better option for authentication SSO to go with another option instead of going for a cloud option, as it is a very critical part of the NCC services.
Mm-hmm.
It's important that someone else's outage doesn't cause the NCC to have issues, seeing how critical the NCC access is for many things, especially if maybe a host dark guy to not be able to fix those things. However, so, and also that if possible, having a solution that is based on open source software or entirely open source would be preferable for security reasons, because everyone could audit them.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure what solutions you're looking at, but if I think that kind of things, or those kind of things should be taken into account.
Thanks, Cynthia. Yeah, Theo is here, so he's listening to this. So it means that this will be taken into account in our project.
Thank you. Frederick.
Hey, Frederick, AWS. So I'm really happy to see ASPA as part of the operational plan there, and we were happy to participate in that. But I was wondering if you also had BGPsec on your mind to kind of look at that, and if not, how can we put that on the table and see, you know, I mean, that's kind of the long-term thing, I think, but like we need to start somewhere.
Yeah, that was coded on the last bullet point about refactoring the user interface. One of the reasons, if we're going to add ASPA objects there or BGPsec as well, we're going to litter the dashboard. So the idea is that we redesign it so then you have enough space and it still looks neat and it still works properly. In summary, yes, we're looking to that as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
And then apologies, I think I skipped one person in the queue.
No problem at all. Harry Cross, speaking on my own capacity. I do just want to commend the NCC as well for the ticketing system, because one of the biggest pains that I've had as an LAR is keeping track of a ticket and what's going on there. But I would like to ask if it's possible at all, could we think about getting access to the raw Zendesk instance behind everything? Because I find that that displays things a lot easier and has often been a lot better to work with, especially if because I've noticed some performance issues on the right portal. And I'm just wondering if that was something that could be considered.
Yeah, back in the days that we decided to do the improvements in the LAR portal, one of the alternatives was to offer access to the Zendesk portal itself. And back then we decided not to. I don't remember now exactly the details, but it didn't meet the requirements that we had.
Yeah, yes, because I know that I'm looking at emails from a year ago on a mailing list where support times were rather high and people were complaining that there was no way to see what's going on, but I'm happy that that's fixed. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, we've got one more question. The other microphone.
Thank you. We have a question from Dmitry Sivilov, who's asking if sanctions will grow, how do you think to be neutral if we will use private clouds? Presumably.
I don't hear the question.
The question is, if sanctions will grow, how do you think to be neutral if we will use some private clouds? So presumably that might be thinking about if we end up using clouds that's in a country that is sanctioned.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure if I understood the question properly.
If the cloud services that NCC is using would be sanctioned.
I think
Hans-Petter got the question.
Hi, Hans-Petter Holen, Managing Director of the RIPE NCC. So any subcontractor we use, whether it's cloud provider or anything else like a data center, may be subject to sanctions and may, like our banks, not like what we're doing and put pressure on us to do something else, right? So we need to select all our subcontractors with care. So with selecting of any subcontractor, it's a bet. Are we able to do this better ourselves, or is it better to outsource it? And that whole balance has been changed a lot with sanctions. So There is no easy answer to that. It's something that we're discussing a lot internally. There will be a presentation by Kaveh later on where we'll talk about criticality in services and so on, and that's a very important piece in that discussion.
Thank you. And with that, I think we are through all the questions. So thank you. Thank you. So on that note, next up is Athena on sanctions.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Athena Fragulli. I'm the Chief Legal Officer of RIPE-NCC. And today I'm going to talk to you about the sanctions and how the RIPE-NCC is handling them. I would like first to give you a little bit of a legal context. Yes. Yes, so compliance with EU sanctions is obligatory. We have no option. It's important to understand that for the enforcement of EU sanctions, responsible is the Dutch authorities for us because we are an association under Dutch law. There are always questions about what about UN sanctions? Well, UN sanctions are incorporated to EU sanctions. They're not directly binding. So this happens through EU sanctions. And again, the Dutch authorities are the ones that are responsible for the enforcement. There are two big categories of EU sanctions. The first relates to the provision of service to a specific country. The RIPE-NCC services are not included to this kind of sanctions. So we're not like bulkily prohibited to provide services to a country. There is another category of sanctions, and that is about the provision of economic resources to specific organizations or individuals. The registration of internal number resources is indeed considered to be such an economic resource. We take this very seriously, compliance with sanctions, because failure to comply is a criminal offense. What does that mean? That the penalties may vary from fines to imprisonment for up to 6 years. Also, something that is very important to highlight here is that although we are not allowed to provide economic resources to sanctioned entities, legally, we are allowed to get payment from sanctioned entities. And this is important when we talk about the membership fees. Right. I'm going to give you like an update of how we dealt with sanctions in a chronological order. The first time we encountered the sanctions issue was back in, was 10 years ago actually, in 2012. It was then when we received a letter from a lobby group questioning our relationship with Iranian members that since we have Iranian sanctions in the EU. What we did, we went to our authorities actually to ask whether we are violating anything, because our understanding was that we do not. And we got a confirmation from the Dutch authorities that indeed the RIPE-NCC services are not sanctioned. Of course, we implemented a process whereby we would carefully process all membership applications and would reject applications from individuals or organizations in the sanctions list. That does not just include the organizations in the sanction list, includes also organizations that are owned or controlled from organizations in the sanction list, so-called indirect sanctioned entities. In 2014, there was a discussion in our mailing list. It was about the situation in Crimea. And that led to an executive board resolution on the matter of political disputes. The executive board expressed the belief that the means of communication should not be affected by political discussions or disputes. And they confirmed their commitment to take all lawful steps available to ensure that RIPE NCC will provide services to the whole membership across the service region. Now, 2 years ago, in 2020, we had another issue. We were alerted that 2 members were sanctioned. Once we found out that this is the case, we immediately froze the resources and we asked for clarifications again from the Dutch authorities. We also requested an exemption from the sanctions from the Dutch authorities. Unfortunately, the reply was that there is no legal basis for an exemption for our services or for the registration of internet number resources. However, they confirmed that yes, indeed, the registration of IP addresses is considered to be economic resources in line with the legislation. Sanctioned entities cannot receive more internet number resources, and existing registrations must be frozen in order to prevent transferring. Most importantly, they said that the registration of their current resources is not required. So that was actually a nice message we got from them. Now, we had to update our sanction process to make sure that we won't have such alerts again in the future for our members. Our updated sanction process was evaluated and reviewed by an independent auditor, Ernst & Young. They came back with a positive outcome. So all of our current members and end users were screened once again. As Felipe said, we have 2 third-party tools that helps us with the screening. They automate the process, but that's not enough. There's still a lot of work, of manual work that we have to do, especially when it comes to indirect sanctions. There is a lot of research that we need to do to establish whether there is control or ownership from sanctioned entities on our members. During this investigation, from the moment these entities are flagged, we lock the resources. We freeze the resources to make sure that we do not violate any sanctions law. And this is very important because the liability exists from the moment of violation. There is no grace period. There is no best effort basis. I must also say that the moment we receive a request from one of these members that are under investigation, this investigation gets prioritized. So this way, we're trying not to delay any false alarms. Dutch banks is a different chapter. As Hans-Peter said, they have their own restrictions. They have to comply with anti-money laundering laws. They have their know your customer requirements. They have a list of countries they consider as ultra high risk, and they don't accept payments from them. Syria and Iran was where both these countries were in this list. So we had to clarify the matter with the banks before we invoice them. Eventually, in 2021, we did invoice the bulk of the member in Iran and Syria. Which leads me to the present situation, the sanctions against Russia. We have been dealing with 6 packages of sanctions in less than 2 months. The 6th hasn't been confirmed yet, but in 2 months, like 6 packages is a very is a very dynamic environment. So good news is that none of these sanctions are prohibiting RIPE NCC services, the provision of the services to a country. So that's good. Again, the target is the economic resources to listed entities. And this is where our registration of internal resources is applicable. So we have a lot of new individuals and companies that are added to this list. Of course, the third-party tools are flagging them, and the moment these members are flagged, we don't allow any registration updates. It is a very it's a very time-consuming exercise, and it's getting frustrating sometimes, because the moment we believe that, okay, we've cleared up these members, they're back and flagged once again because of the new sanctions. So we have to start over every time, and the list is getting longer and longer. There's a lot of manual checks that we have to do, background checks. We have to go back to the members and ask for more information. There is a lot going on. So far, we're sure that 2 Russian members are sanctioned, and the investigation for others is still ongoing. The payment obligation from Russian members. When it comes to sanctioned Russian members, I have to highlight once again that we are legally allowed to receive the payment, but our banks impose further restrictions. So the idea is that we postpone the payment, but they will still have to pay eventually once the sanctions are lifted, or the bank's restrictions are lifted, or in case we come up with a long-term solution. Now we're investigating the corporate structure, as Hans-Peter mentioned. Eventually, we'll find a way for them to pay. About non-sanctioned Russian members, again, we are legally allowed to get the payment. This time, the problem is their banks, potentially, because there are restrictions on some Russian banks. Therefore, we allow them some extra time to make this payment. And this is not the first time we've done that. In the past, we've done something similar when members face their local banks' restrictions. So for 2022, this is an overview of how we deal with the sanctioned members. Sanctioned members from Iran, Syria, and Russia. Their registration is frozen. We don't send invoices, but their fees are still due. And this is because of the restrictions from our banks, from Dutch banks. Non-sanctioned members from Iran, Syria, and Russia, we are allowed to provide RIPE NCC services with no problem. Non-sanctioned members from Iran and Syria, we haven't sent invoices yet, because they are considered to be as ultra high-risk countries. Their fees are still due. Non-sanctioned members from Russia, we've sent the invoices. We are allow them some more time because of the restrictions on their banks, on Russian banks. The executive board had to come back again, reiterating the resolution of 2014. This time, they're not just talking about the means of communication affected by political dispute, but they're talking about international conflicts at war. So the scope is a little bit is broader than before. And again, they are committing to take all lawful steps to ensure that we can provide undisrupted services to all of our members. It's important to explain also why this is why the RIPE NCC must be neutral. If we're neutral, we guarantee equal treatment to those that provide internet services in our service region. And RIPE NCC being a source of authority data is important also for the function of the internet, the global internet. And finally, I would like to finish this presentation by highlighting again the Executive Board's expression of solidarity with those operators that have the difficult task of maintaining internet access to assist the people suffering from the terrible effects of armed conflicts and war. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina. So are there any questions on the RIPE NCC's response to sanctions and how you deal with sanctions? No. Oh, one, sorry.
So not the sanctions part. You have a banking issue receiving funds. Hi, I'm Fahad. I don't represent anyone anymore, just myself. Who am I? I'm this awesome guy who's old friends with everybody. So you have an issue with the banks, and some banks have implemented restrictions on receiving money from Russia or sending money to Russia. And that's happened all over the world, regardless of whether they've been sanctioned or not. However, you also have an office in the UAE, and the UAE has not recognized any of those. Why don't you receive the money over there? Since the Dutch government doesn't mind. I mean, if the Dutch government has an issue, I'd say don't take the money. But if the Dutch government doesn't mind, take it in the UAE and then transfer in. That's it. That's my comment. Thank you.
I have a ticket booked to UAE on Wednesday, and I now have a residence permit there as well.
Any other questions then? No? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tina. Sorry, that's where we stand here. Sorry, next on the agenda is cover with the technology updates. Okay, thank you. I was wondering why cover was standing up, but if I should have looked at the agenda, I would have known.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. So, hello everyone. My name is Kaver Einschwer. I'm CIO at the RIPE NCC. Since we have only 10 minutes for this slot, I will quickly go through the first part, which is an update on what we have done and what we are going to do until next RIPE meeting. I promise next update I provide, I will go in detail about those, but please download the slides and talk to me if there is any questions or comments on the usual things we do in technology. So first, let's start with the public service announcement. You have seen this slide before in math as well, if you attended the session, but basically the idea is we are reworking a lot of parts in RIS, and including the website. There is some new research published and improvement in prototypes. The important message here is we are actively seeking for interesting peers. So if you're running a network, please talk to Michaela, Emil, or Florian, or myself, and we would be more than happy to talk to you and set up peering with RIS. So that said, as I said, I will go very quickly through this set of slides because I want to focus and use the time for service criticality. We are doing or we have done some work, especially on the email infrastructure. The important part maybe because it was discussed in the community, we removed completely our dependency on a spam house. So basically the only spam score we get is from a spam SSC. And ongoing, another thing maybe to highlight, we are focusing on mailman tree, proof of concept used in containers, and also we are going to transfer some of our internal mailing lists to mailman tree. And of course, in consultation with community and working groups, hopefully we will roll out mailman tree for our external mailing lists as well. So In DNS highlights, we reduced the TTL for NS and DS records. This was discussed in DNS working group, and tomorrow there will be an update about that in DNS working group. We also moved from KSK plus ZSK model to CSK. This is how we sign for DNSSEC, and CSK, which is actually a simpler or compactor method, is much more suited to us. Doesn't change anything in how secure our signing process is, and matches our processes much better. And one last thing in this slide is public Kafka streams. So if you really want to receive risks real time from the fire hose, as it was again discussed today in Matt, we are working on a prototype, so you can basically completely link to our Kafka stream and get all of the stream, which is a huge amount of data, but everything we receive from all of the BGP peers real time. Let's meet tomorrow at DNS for further discussion on these. In R&D, a lot of that you have already seen in Hans-Peter's report, so I'm not going to go into further detail. For RIPE Atlas, the new version of probes are available. We are doing the final tests, and then we are going to start shipping physical probes after a pause, which we had in the past few months. You can see an example in the Atlas disk, which is just outside. And for RIPEStat, you also again saw the slide in Hans-Peter's presentation. So let's focus on service criticality. The whole idea, the project started with the community when we talked about cloud and migrating to cloud. And exactly as we saw a few minutes ago, the main question was cloud or any other third party that we would outsource services to. One of the important parts is to determine how critical is that service, and how, if we rely on a third party, how much of our business will basically rely in the hands of that third party. So that's why we, after starting working on the cloud framework, we basically see a big gap that we need to be able to define criticality for any service we might want to move to cloud. We published a cloud framework that was in a close consultation with community over a few meetings and articles. We have that, but we identified that gap, and we said services that need to be moved to cloud has to be basically assessed for criticality. And the highest level, we either would never migrate, or if we migrate, we would always make sure we have a local copy which can in real time take over. And for other levels, it is in the document. The link is also in the presentation, which you can check later. We provided first draft of the criticality framework last RIPE meeting. It was received well. We had good discussions in the services, but the main comment which we received consistently was that it is too complex, and indeed it was. It was basically a three-dimensional way of assessing and then getting to a score. So the new framework is much simpler. It's basically a scale of 4-point scale system from low to very high. And it looks at three components, basically service availability, data confidentiality, and integrity. For each of them, we basically expect to have one score, and I will explain how we would get to that score. And the highest score will be taken as the criticality. So if a service, for example, let's say RIPE Database, for data leaks, I assume we don't have anything which is not publicly provided in RIPE Database, just as an example, then it might be low, but of course, outages might be very high, the criticality. So then the criticality for the RIPE Database would be very high in basically sending it to any third-party provider, including cloud, or any other contractor which might do work on it. Basically, it is based on the impact on the worst-case scenario. So this is exactly what I said in a chart form. So we would look at the impact externally from global routing, how it would affect global routing if the service fails, how it would affect our provision of IPs and ASNs, and global DNS. Internally, we also have our own set of things, legal, finance, operations, and based on that, whatever the highest score would be the criticality rating of the service. So these are the initial list of services. They're taken from the status page on our website, and the list is also up for discussion. We just wanted a starting point. There is clear instructions on how to actually discuss also the list. But as you see, there is a list of services we are starting with, and we have also identified the community that we think is responsible, and the main discussion about the service will happen there. So looking through that list, basically what we expect is we would go to the respective community and ask them to rate us for that service if we want to move any part of that to the cloud, or basically have to assess criticality for any other reason, including having a third party providing different type of services. We would ask the community, work with the community to basically answer these 3 questions. And the answers don't need to be from low to very high. They can actually be in text. We have also this guideline published. In case of, I would use DNS, if the text, the discussion in the community goes, oh, it's no, or it's no impact on DNS, or it will be local issues would translate to medium. So we have also this guideline, which would help to basically keep a balance in how we would score between the 4. We would receive that from the community. That would be, of course, the bare minimum. Whatever we receive, let's say if community says the impact for this service is high, we would never go below high. But then we would also do our internal investigation, which is exactly the same framework. We have our internal ones for finance, for example, financial impact, legal impact, and others. And if any of those are higher, then the criticality of the service will be marked as higher. Otherwise, it will be basically what came out of the community discussion or consultation. So it will be either what we have at the community or higher than that. And basically with that, we can apply it to the cloud. That was the main reason we have that. And there are, if you remember the whole discussion on the cloud, we had the security controls framework for the cloud, and the outcome of the confidentiality and integrity rating will go to that framework, and then it is already published on Ripe Labs, and there is a clear space this can be plugged in. And the availability component will go to the cloud strategy framework, which is again published and linked here in the presentation, published on the Ripe Labs, and that would feed to that. So based on that, we can easily decide if we can even move a service to cloud, and if we can, what are the requirements, what are the criteria that we have to make sure if we migrate the service to the cloud, what we need to make sure are the minimums. And basically, based on that, I would really like to invite all of you to participate. The article is already published earlier this week on Ripe Labs. Please have a look. Let's have discussion. As I said, this is still a proposal from us. But and discussion on cloud between the community and Ripe NCC took a while. But actually, the outcome, I'm very happy with the outcome personally. The reason being that when I look at the whole package, the three documents we have, they form a nice framework which is not related only to Ripe NCC. So it can be used hopefully by other organizations and our community and members to assess if they have services and then they are thinking about basically outsourcing them to third parties, having cloud providers, or just decide how critical they are. This framework is a mix of technical and risk analysis management basically ideas. So it can help a lot and hopefully it can be used in other contexts than just between Ripe NCC and its community. So that's that. And any questions or comments?
Any questions? No. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So with that, we have come to the open microphone. So this is where you can ask questions or make suggestions, I guess, for NCC services from the community, or I was to say bring up any other topic, but maybe let's limit that slightly. Seeing none, that means we are all done. Thank you for today. Please leave.
I wanted to wait to the very end. I'm Miriam Kuhne, Vibe Chair. This has nothing to do with this working group, just a general announcement, or actually two. The first is we found an iPhone that's at the registration desk this morning already. So if anybody misses their phone, please go to the registration desk. And the other announcement is there was a blip in the voting system for the PC elections. They're working on, and that should be back in about a half an hour or so.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Rolvig, just representing myself. One of the things I've noticed during the earlier talk around the technology is that a lot of it was about whether to move things to the cloud. But I remember when this discussion came up several meetings ago that one of the big points people were not happy with is what cloud you had chosen to move to. Is there still consideration for, like, okay, is there still already a decision on what cloud you're aiming for, or are you still figuring out if you're going to move to cloud, where you're going to move?
Kaveh, I think you.
Yes, thank you very much. So yes, that question is addressed in the cloud framework document. So it's not that we are going to work only with one. We have the criteria, including, for example, being European is part of, or at least presence in EU and GDPR compliance, and all of that is part of that. Also within RIPE NCC, which is also mentioned in the cloud strategy document, we have basically a competition clause, which competition framework, which we do internally. So we assess at least 3 providers for any new service that we want to get. So those 2 are in the framework, but in reality, what will happen is we don't see that we will use more than 2 or possibly maximum 3 cloud providers in the long run, because just both from financial, from legal, contract management, and then a lot of other basically services that we get from these providers. It's much easier to work with smaller number of providers. But of course, we have the list of criteria, and we are very keen to find a fully European, Europe-based provider, which ticks all the requirements that's mentioned in that document. If we have that, that would be really that would get really high preference.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Right. Oh, this is offline. Is that? Well, I think that was who was okay. Right. So.
Thanks. I've got one question which I can probably answer myself, in fact. Dmitry Sobolov is asking, do we have some discussion about changing payment scheme for IPv4 inside RIPE NCC? And for that, I'll point him towards the discussion in the general meeting.
That is correct. Oh, hang on. The CEO wants to add to that.
Thank Hans-Petter Holen, Managing Director of the RIPE NCC. So we did propose and have discussed during the winter a new charging scheme. We did, however, decide to not put that on the agenda for this GM due to the uncertainties related to the ongoing war in Ukraine. So we thought that it is better to postpone that discussion and take that up on the next RIPE meeting. So yes, we have been thinking about that. There are some RIPE Labs articles, and there has been an open house that has been recorded, so you can have a look at that, and then we will come back to that before the next meeting.
Thank you, Hans-Petter. Okay, with that, quickly, I think we are done. So thank you all, and we'll see you at the next RIPE meeting. And now, as I said before, please leave quietly, but more importantly, speedily, so we can start the GM on time. So thank you all.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome to our third RIPE 84 Kahoot quiz. My name is Gerardo Vier, and I am your quiz master. We are broadcasting today from a RIPE Atlas probe on the International Space Station. Today's topic is 30 years of RIPE NCC and some fun facts about Germany. So let me explain how to play the game. You have to go to www.kahoot.it and log in with your game pin 5974855. Ouch! So once you log in with your game pin, you have to put in a nickname, and the one with the funniest nickname gets a special honor prize from me. So I will be showing you 13 questions about the 30 years of RIPE NCC and, of course, some fun facts about Germany. And the person who answers the fastest to the right answer gets the most points on that question. And at the end of the whole quiz, we will see who has the most points. Don't forget to use your registration number so that you can win your goodie bag. That's right, Fido, we have goodie bags, but only for those that put in their registration number. So I'm going to allow you people to sign in, and then we will start this fun game. We have 13 questions, and I see only 23 people, so I'm thinking that it's time to start. So let's get on with the party. So 30 years of RIPE NCC and a bit about Germany. And this is going to be really fun. First question. Berlin has the largest blank in Europe. So Berlin has the largest blank in Europe. No! Is it the largest beer garden, the largest airport, the largest dance club, or the largest train station? Surprise! You won't figure it out until you reach the end. So beer garden, airport, dance club, or train station? Yes, Berlin has the largest train station in Europe. Don't you believe it? Go check it out. Onto the scoreboard. Damo at the front, Raul, Taquito, RC289, and John Doe. Who would that be? Question number 2. So how many types of beers can you find in Germany? Is it more than I expected? Over 1,500? Is it 1,373? We counted them all. Or is it less than 1,000? So how many types of beers can you find in Germany? More than I expected, over 1,500, less than 1,000, or 1,373. And I think we have a lot of beer drinkers here because, yes, it's true, over 1,500 types of beers. Amazing. Taquito at the front, RC 289, Jeroen P290, and Raul. On to the next question, number 3. What did Daniel Karenberg do when he said the salesman was really wondering why they didn't order an expensive server? So when they were setting up the RIPE NCC back in '92, they told the salesman that they didn't really need an expensive server. So what did Daniel Karenberg do when he told the salesman was really wondering why? Did he roll his eyes? Did he smile? Did he groan? Or did he cackle? Yes. And if you read the RIPE Labs article, you will know that he smiled. Of course, that's what you do. Scoreboard says RSC 289 to the front, P290, Jeroen Turber 110, and Taquito. Question number 4. How many networks were copied in 1992 into the RIPE database from the main node of EUnet? Was it 3,536? Was it 3,635? Was it 3,365? Or was it 3,563? Tongue twister. 3,536. Thank goodness you all answered. So it was 3,365 networks that were all copied into the RIPE database from the main node of EUnet. RSC 289 at the front, P290, Jeroen, Taquito, and Raul. Question number 5. Oh, yeah! What percentage of the highways in Germany, Autobahn, have no speed limit? So you could even go at full speed with your horse. So what is the speed limit, you ask? Is it 10%, is it 65%, or is it 50%? Mr. Turkey knows the answer is 65%. So 65% of the highways in Germany have actually no speed limit. You had better check it out before you press that pedal to the metal. RSC 289, P290, Jeroen Taquito, and funny nickname coming in. Question number 6. What was Daniel Karenberg's nick handle back in 1992? Was it Danny Boy 58? Was it DK 58-right? Was it Pong U 58? Or was it DK 58? That is right. Back in 1992, Daniel Karenberg's nick handle was DK 58. I think Danny Boy was better. RSC 289 at the front, P290, Jeroen Taquito, and Sergey 7. Question number 7. Multi-select. Who contributed to the first years of RIPE NCC costs? Was it the National Research Networks? Was it the EUnet? Was it EARN? Or was it the European Commission?
Oh, here comes trouble.
Yes, this question means trouble, but it is multi-select, so you can press many answers. Who contributed to the first years of RIPE NCC costs? And we know that it was EARN, National Research Networks, and the EUnet. Unfortunately, the European Commission missed out on their opportunity. On to the scoreboard. Sergey 7 at the front, RSC 289, P290, Taquito, and v4escrow.com 476. Wow, a URL. On to the question number 8. How many servers did the RIPE NCC start with on 2 April 1992? Is the calculator considered a server? 2, 3, or 1? So, how many servers did the RIPE NCC start with? Only 2. That's all you needed back then. And of course, a calculator. RSC 289 at the front, P290, V4 escrow, Sergey 7, and Bob's your uncle. How did you know that? Question number 9.
Whatever.
So, I have here a word.
Donaudampfschifffahrtselektrizitäten-Hauptbetriebswerk Bauunterbeamtengesellschaft.
Is the longest word to be published. How many letters does it have? Do you think I would say that word? Of course not. How many letters does that word have?
Donaudampfschifffahrtselektrizitäten-Hauptbetriebswerk Bauunterbeamtengesellschaft.
Okay, I dare you to say it. And it has 79 letters if you took the time to count. On to the scoreboard. RSC 289, P290, Sergey 7, packet loss, and V4 escrow. Question number 10. What did Martin Tetzra exclaim in March 1992 in the main computer room at Ixp Amsterdam? Was it, we don't have enough disk space? Was it, we need more RAM? Was it, we have connectivity? Or was it, we need a different hobby? Ouch! So, what did Martin Terpstra exclaim in March 1992 in the main computer room at Ixp Amsterdam? And he exclaimed, of course, we have connectivity, after he said we don't have enough disk space. Scoreboard says RS289 at the front, P290, packet loss, V4 and Sergey 7. Question number 11. What was the RIPE database like when the RIPE NCC started operations? Was it a new file format invented by DK? Was it just a big text file? Was it just a regular SQL database? Or was it a small MySQL database?
Why not?
Yeah, why not? So, a new file format invented by DK, just a big text file, just a regular SQL database, or a small MySQL database. And it was just a big text file. So simple was it?
Are you crazy?
Not at all. Scoreboard says RSC 289 still at the front, P290, packet loss, V4 escrow, and Bob's my uncle. Number 12.
Who was that?
Yeah, who was that? What was the informal name of the 10base2 connection the RIPE NCC used when it started? Was it called RIPEnet? Was it called FasterNet? Was it called TerpstraNet? Or was it called CheaperNet? So, I would say
good luck,
but you don't need good luck. It's really easy. What it was called is CheaperNet, and that's because it was really cheap back then. Look it up, CheaperNet, cheap as can be. RSC 289 at the front, P290, packet loss, V4 escrow, and RVS 108 coming in. And we are at our last question.
Why not?
Why not? Berlin has more bridges than blank. Does Berlin have more bridges than houses? Does Berlin have more bridges than Amsterdam? Does Berlin have more bridges than Hamburg? Or does Berlin have more bridges than Venice? So Berlin has more bridges than Amsterdam, than Hamburg, than Venice, or does it have more houses than bridges? And the right answer is, if you count them all, Venice. Actually, Venice has less bridges than Berlin. Ain't that crazy? So let's check the podium. At number 3, we have packet loss. At number 2, we have RSC 289. And at number 1, we have P290. Well done with 9 out of 13. So thank you for playing. We will be back tomorrow with our last quiz. So enjoy the RIPE NCC general meeting coming up. Cheers.
Hi, everyone. Could I please ask everyone to leave the room? This is the ceremonial emptying of the services working group, and I will ask you all to please wait outside just for a minute until we're sure the room is clear, and then we will allow you back in if you have the GM sticker.